It's beginning to look a lot like Christmas. Now get out your feelings. What's up, everybody? We in here. Swimwear. You feel me? The actual realest thing about today is we've had a day full of streaming. Clap it up. Do we have the ability to clap it up? I don't know if my soundboard is working. Yeah, my soundboard is working. Soundboard is not working. Oh, there it is. There it is. Yeah, we got it.
Damn!
Dynamite! Dynamite! We did it. Dynamite! What's Dynamite! We got the soundboard in here, so we're going to enjoy a little bit of coding. Moreover, we're going to try and get the basics down, right? We started Python. We took a break from HTML, so we started Python, and we're gonna play around with that for a little bit. We're gonna play around with that for a little bit, and then we're going to migrate on over back to HTML. Like, I just want to change it up, spice it up. I got my notepad. I got a pen that works. Two things that were missing last time we tried this adventure. But we're better prepared. The one thing I didn't prepare is the music. He was giving a mean lecture, but let me see if I have anything in my frequent. Because if I do, I'm just going to pull that. Quick access. Nope. Everything has been used. Can we get VLC to open up for me? And can we hit the playback? The last playlist. Oh, I can save a playlist. We'll do that next time. Alright, let's pick out some random songs real quick. Yeah. 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 Might as well have fun with it, right? It's Friday. If you're with me, you're here to be great. I'm not gonna hold you back. Yeah. Alright, I feel like I have enough. Maybe two more. Okay, I got enough. I know there's a way I can turn this down in my ears. If I could, that'd be great. Test, that's my voice. That's the other stuff. feel like there should be a way I could do this for V3, but at least for the fuck, don't touch that. Don't touch that. Alright, well, we won't need the music in the early half of it, so we can go ahead and get into the class. Wait, I got 2 of these things open now. This one isn't doing anything. Alright, cool. We can put a kibosh on that. And we can get into it. So we're gonna be on this screen tonight. We're gonna be on this screen tonight. All right, so we're here. All right, let's get into it. We got 1 hour. All right, let's make it count. The answer is 44. I think I already did this. Yeah. Next. Oh yeah, let me make sure you guys can actually hear this. What screen was I on yesterday that y'all couldn't hear it? Hold on. Yeah, what screen was it? Was it gaming that I was on? On some Twitch shit? Let's go back to code and just add the sound. Because I know it was a sound I added before. That's interesting. It didn't save. That's okay. That's okay. Yeah, should have been tabs. All right, let's see if it works.
Hello, and welcome to Chapter 2.
Negative. Properties. Let's make it this one, hopefully.
2. Now we're going to continue to talk about the building blocks of Python: variables, constants, statements, expressions, etc. The first thing we have to talk about is constants. These are just things, we call them constants because they don't change.
Okay, so we got it. But I now have to take a bathroom break. This is very inefficient. Very inefficient start to the stream. I could have swore we did this yesterday. Alright, let's try this again. The best part of waking up is Folgers in your cup. Drop a bomb, clap it. I don't even think y'all could hear that. Yeah. It's tragic. It's an abomination, actually. Okay. Alright, let's do this from the top.
Now we're going to continue to talk about the building blocks of Python, variables, constants, statements, expressions, etc. The first thing we have to talk about is constants. These are just things, we call them constants because they don't change. They are numbers, strings, etc. And we use them to sort of start calculations, or if something is greater than 40 hours, we're going to do something. And so 40 is the constant in that situation. So we have 123, we have 98.6, we have hello world, which is a string by enclosing it in quotes. We pass each of these things to the print function, and a side effect of the print function is that we see the output. So print 123, prints out 123, print 98.6, prints it out. So these are just really the syntax of constants, and without constants we can't write really much of anything. The other sort of foundational notion of any programming language are the reserved words. And like I said before, constants, and without constants we can't write really much of anything. The other sort of foundational notion of any programming language are the reserved words. And like I said before, reserved words are these special words where Python is listening for them, and there are very special meanings. So when Python sees if, it's not just any other word, it means how Python implements conditional execution. Variables are the third building block, and that is a way that you can ask Python to allocate a piece of memory and then give it a name. And you can put stuff in that. Sometimes you just put one value. Later we'll see when we do collections in chapters 8 and 9, we will see that more than one value can be put into a variable. And the variable, how we control the variable is through the assignment statement. And as I said before, it's important to think of the assignment statement as having an arrow to it. So this is not saying x for all time is the same as 12.2. What it's saying is take 12.2, find a place, find some memory in your computer there, Mr. Python, give it a label x, we get to choose the x. That's the variable part. We chose it, right? And then stick 12 in it. And then the same is true for 14. Go find another spot, name it y, and then put a 14 in there. So think of this as an arrow every time you see that equality, the assignment in an assignment statement. Now, these variables hold one value. So now if we have these three statements, these two, and then the third one executes, it says put 100 into x, but that wipes out the old value of 12.2, and it rewrites it with 100. And so we can change the variables. That's another reason that we call them variable. There are some names, some rules for making variable names. You can start with a letter or an underscore. We tend not to, as normal programmers, use underscore. We tend to reserve those for variables that we use to communicate with Python itself. So when we're making up a variable, we tend not to use underscores as the first character. You can have letters and numbers and underscores after the first character, and they're case sensitive, but it's really a bad idea to use case as the only differentiator. So in this case, spam eggs, spam 23, and underscore speed are all totally legit. We would probably not use this one unless we were actually doing it because Python told us to use that variable. 23 spam starts with a number, pound sign starts, and dot is not a legitimate variable character. And spam, capital spam, and all cap spam are different, but this is not something that you want to sort of depend on too much. So that's just the rule names. We tend to start them with a letter and then use letters, numbers, and underscores. Underscores, other than the first character, are generally pretty common, and you'll see those used a lot. Now, when we're choosing variable names, one of the things about variables is we get to choose the name. We get to choose the name X, choose the name Y. And so sometimes we like them short, but sometimes we want them descriptive. And the notion that of making variables descriptive is often confusing to beginning students. Sometimes it's really helpful to, if you're going to have a line of text and you name the variable line, that's great because the next person reading your program says, oh, that must be the line of text. Whereas it also can become misleading that the name of a variable somehow has meaning. So sometimes we'll have even singular variables and plural variables, like friend and friends. And you're like, is plural? Does Python know about singular and plural? And the answer is no. So sometimes we pick variables that make no sense. Sometimes we pick variables that make a lot of sense. This is just something that you as a beginning programmer are going to have to understand, that we can pick anything we want. And so you'll see, I'll try to call attention to this in the first few lectures as we go through. So here's a bit of code with an assignment statement, 2 assignment statements, a multiplication, and a print statement. And you can say, what is this doing? Now, Python is perfectly happy with this code because it assigns it in there. You have said, please go give me this as a label. And then we assign 2 variables. And then we're carefully pulling these 2 variables back out, multiplying them together and sticking them into yet another variable, and then printing that variable out. That seems like, you know, we can figure out what it is. You just have to look really carefully. And a single character mistake in Python is going to be, you know, pretty unhappy, okay? So that's one way to write this program. It's hard though, because any of those characters are long variables and they're random stuff. It's not very friendly to anyone who might read your program. Now this looks a little friendlier. It's the same program because Python just wants a correspondence. You picked A, you picked B, and you picked C, and it's really much easier for us to see what's going on. And so this is, in a way, going from here to here is much friendlier, but we can be even friendlier if we pick mnemonic variable names. So this is not mnemonic, this is short and convenient, this is long and inconvenient. Python is happy with any of these. Here, on the other hand, is another version of the exact same program. And now you think to yourself, oh, yeah, now I get it. 35 is the number of hours, $12.
Hold on. Hold on. No. Hold on.
I don't. But I don't believe the Earth is flat either.
Well, no, I mean, like, so I mean, like...
I mean, because, you know, I went to a waterfall and it fell off.
Yeah.
I'm just saying.
Well, yeah, that's true. If the Earth was, like, completely flat, where does the water go?
Really?
It would have
down the sewer. I don't know, to China. What the hell?
No. I thought you were alive. But I guess he isn't live.
They flipped the map.
Interesting.
They literally rotated the entire map over, and now we're on the underside of the map. So,
yeah. It looks like he's fixing his
you
stream
have your
right
camera
now.
zoomed in a little bit, don't you?
I mean, I have it right in front of my face.
Oh yeah, it looks like he's setting up his stream.
Oh, that's not gonna work.
You're like, oh, nope, too revealing.
That is a good thing about this desk. I can raise it up for it. It's kind of cool.
Can you raise the roof?
I was gonna say, what's up, King?
Show is messed up. No raising the roof. Oh boy.
Oh, hey, what's up, The Stranger's Comic Book? We're just hanging out. Do you have anything you want to talk about?
Actually, he's learning how to code.
That's awesome. Let's talk some code. Let's talk shop.
Yeah, the first day I met him, he was on free code camp doing CSS. And he was doing positioning with relative and absolute positioning.
Yeah. Absolutely.
And then the next day, he was actually, I think, like doing some Python stuff or something crazy. He moved on to the big boy programming.
Python is the thing these days, it seems like.
I don't know if it was Python, but I know it was something. was quite amazed. So,
there's the Pirates programming language that's quite popular.
And enter the dad joke.
You know which language I'm talking about?
No, I don't.
Arr!
Please don't do that again. I beg you not to do that again. All right, let me.
Yay! I'm in class. No Python. I'm in my class. No, Python is a different beast. Are you writing a class or are you in a class?
That's a great question, and he probably doesn't know what you mean because he's new to this.
Okay.
But I also asked him. Well, I was asking him to join us in Discord, and of course, I would join his. So as he's learning, he could throw into our Discord what he's learning, and we could actually teach that stuff on stream as well.
Yeah, that would be cool. Yeah, can we do your homework for it?
Let's see.
I'm in legit Leggett class right now. He's in Leggett class. Did you ever take Leggett 101? He put it right there, Leggett.
Legit, maybe?
I'm just kidding. Of course it's legit.
Whoa, okay. So what class are you in right now?
Leggett.
Oh, you mean you're on stream in class?
Yes.
Okay. Oh,
you are
Wookie.
I'm funny Python apparently.
My OBS overlay came out better than yours. Isn't it nice? It's almost done. I think it's very nice.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think it's very nice. Matter of fact, let me just make some adjustments while I'm in here. So what I ended up doing, which I did not want to do, every piece is actually 1920 by 1080. That way it would keep its spacing because they don't allow you to actually put in spacing on here, so you can't set it. Which kind of sucks. But I can handle that real quick. Actually, nah. Leave well enough alone.
I'm actually in Python stream right now.
Stranger, what are you learning? Give me a link. Give me something. I guess you can't put links in, but
give us.
What are you learning?
Yeah.
Because I was about to try to figure out something to do, but since you're here, we could actually do what you're working on.
All right.
Yeah, let's learn Python. I'm not great at Python.
All right. I will take them up on this offer.
IDE.
I decided to do a project in Python the other night.
Let's take them up on this offer, shall we? Let's join their stream. Got a little commercial for them. That's great. Got ads going on. That's awesome. We'll join them up here in a second while we're waiting for them. Let's go to the soundboard. Let's steal the soundboard. We want it. Coding. Thank you. All right, all right. I paused the class.
But no, seriously, you really don't know what an overlay is.
I do know what an overlay is, but you just don't have any in there.
So what do you consider an overlay?
The dynamic content that you were putting in.
Oh, okay. Well, no. No.
Oh, so, fucking hell.
Language.
I met Icon like 2 days ago. This is actually him. He follows the channel.
The restaurant that I ordered my food from is closed.
And he's like, he always claims that he's
all right, identity booth. Come on, man, give us something to do. Before I hop back.
A refund?
Oh, I guess I should have used my other channel.
This does look so nice. I can't front. I like this. You know, I thought about working on that search that we talked about earlier, but I looked up memoization and Google just didn't want to work with me at all.
Identity booth. I'm here now. I paused my stream.
Yeah,
how are you doing, identity booth?
Okay. You know what? Let's go on free code
camp your main channel.
And pick a project.
Yeah, let's do it.
Back in development? Nope.
Yeah, I'm in the early parts of constants and variables. Okay.
Really? Hold on. What language?
Python.
Oh, he really is doing Python. Oh. Well, Sarah from Nigeria. Oh, yeah. You get your code on, girl. JavaScript algorithms and data structures. Sounds interesting.
So not can we do like pair programming online?
Yeah, you got live share?
You mean on what? I don't know what live share is.
I do not know what live share is. All right.
There's a million different
for VS Code. There's an extension called Live Share.
Oh yeah, you were telling me about that. I don't ever open up VS Code, but let me do that.
Yeah, but you should. It's a pretty nice thing.
VS Code. Are you gonna share? Am I gonna join your share, or are you gonna join mine?
I don't know. I haven't done this in a while. I've only done it at work, to be honest with you. All right. So how do I invite you?
Man, that code.
Okay, so here's my VS Code.
I'm sign in using GitHub.
Oh, we have to sign in. Do I have to download a live? Do I have to download a plugin?
You have to download LiveShare.
Okay, so let's see. I do that. Okay, extensions, live share, extension pack install.
All right, and let me put your.
Okay.
I'll put our pictures in the scene.
He's still like he has all the setups and everything, but he's still like still grasping the not the concepts, but learning how to set up his scenes and everything. I guess that's what he was talking about as far as like his streams and his live and his setups to make it look more clean and pristine when he's moving from screen to screen.
Sounds good.
Display. Let me see what it is over here.
Share.
Window capture. Okay. You don't know. That is not window capture. Oh, well, I mean, once you do it, I send you an invite.
Okay, I think I got live share.
Let me reset. There we go.
It says deck connecting. What?
You using Stream Deck again? What?
Oh no, I'm tweet feedback.
Say it ain't so. Java Grunt is in the building. Man, that code looked insane, and it probably is.
I didn't use my GitHub account. Wow. Okay.
What's up, Mr. Grunt?
Hmm.
Best way to do this one.
Oh, yeah, so I think I'm signed in.
Yeah, we're going to attempt to do. Got to set up with overlays and transitions. Hey, look. I guarantee you have nothing on me when it comes to overlays. I guarantee that.
Well,
but I am just getting back to streaming, so I don't have everything set up. And I definitely don't have this set up right now, which is why I'm kind of doing it now. But yeah, I am a beast when it comes to overlays.
Now, let's see.
All right. Well, this was fun.
So
but
are you gonna start the call, or is that?
Dude, can I set up the overlay? Can I do that? A little patience, just a little bit. You don't even have to have a lot of it, just a little bit.
I don't have any patience. I'm not a doctor.
Oh, back to class I go.
Yeah, boo. You know, my father had his doctorates, but he didn't go by doctor because he felt that was for what's those people called? Real doctors.
All right, we'll keep them in the background. We'll get back to our study session.
50 cents is the rate, and then we're going to multiply. Are different,
right
but
here.
This is not something that you want to sort of depend on too much. So that's just the rule names. We tend to start them with a letter and then use letters, numbers, and underscores. Underscores, other than the first character, are generally pretty common, and you'll see those used a lot. Now, when we're choosing variable names, one of the things about variables is we get to choose the name. We get to choose the name X, choose the name Y. And so sometimes we like them short, but sometimes we want them descriptive. And the notion that of making variables descriptive is often confusing to beginning students. Sometimes it's really helpful to, if you're going to have a line of text and you name the variable line, that's great because the next person reading your program says, oh, that must be the line of text. Whereas it also can become misleading that the name of a variable somehow has meaning. So sometimes we'll have even singular variables and plural variables like friend and friends. And you're like, is plural? Does Python know about singular and plural? And the answer is no. So sometimes we pick variables that make no sense. Sometimes we pick variables that make a lot of sense. This is just something that you as a beginning programmer are going to have to understand, that we can pick anything we want. And so you'll see, I'll try to call attention to this in the first few lectures as we go through. So here's a bit of code with an assignment statement, 2 assignment statements, a multiplication, and a print statement. And you can say, what is this doing? Now, Python is perfectly happy with this code because it assigns it in there. You have said, please go give me this as a label. And then we assign 2 variables. And then we're carefully pulling these 2 variables back out, multiplying them together and sticking them into yet another variable, and then printing that variable out. That seems like, you know, we can figure out what it is. You just have to look really carefully. And a single character mistake, and Python is going to be, you know, pretty unhappy, okay? So that's one way to write this program. It's hard, though, because any of those characters are long variables and they're random stuff. It's not very friendly to anyone who might read your program. Now, this looks a little friendlier. It's the same program because Python just wants a correspondence. You picked A, you picked B, and you picked C, and it's really much easier for us to see what's going on. And so this is, in a way, going from here to here is much friendlier, but we can be even friendlier if we pick mnemonic variable names. So this is not mnemonic, this is short and convenient, this is long and inconvenient. Python is happy with any of these. Here, on the other hand, is another version of the exact same program. And now you think to yourself, oh, yeah, now I get it. 35 is the number of hours. $12.50 is the rate. Here is much friendlier. But because Python just wants a correspondence, you picked A, you picked B, and you picked C, and it's really much easier for us to see what's going on. And so this is, in a way, going from here to here is much friendlier. But we can be even friendlier if we pick mnemonic variable names. So this is not mnemonic, this is short and convenient, this is long and inconvenient. Python is happy with any of these. Here, on the other hand, is another version of the exact same program. And now you think to yourself, oh, yeah, now I get it. 35 is the number of hours, $12.50 is the rate, and then we're going to multiply the hours and the rate and come up with the pay, and we're printing out the pay. Now, whoever wrote this program is helping us greatly understand what's going on, and that's good. Choosing variable names. Python, again, all three of these are the same to Python. Choosing variable names in a way that help your reader understand what's going on is a great thing. The problem is, the danger is, if you read this and you think that somehow Python understands payroll, that if you name a variable hours, that Python knows what hours means. The answer is Python really doesn't care what you name the variable as long as what you name it, you use it, right? And so you got to be careful. And so you'll see, I will, when I write my code in these first few weeks, first few lectures, I will sometimes write it with gibberish. I'll sometimes write it with extremely short but meaningless variable names, and sometimes I'll use meaningful variable names, and I'll call your attention to it, and it will get you. You'll start, when you look at this third kind, it has meaningful variables or mnemonic variable names, you'll just instinctively want to give Python more intelligence than it sort of deserves. I guess that's probably the best way to say that. So we've talked about constants, we've talked about reserved words, we talked about variables. And so here we have a sentence, like we've already done some of these things, where we set x equals 2, we retrieve the old value of x and add 2 to it, so that becomes 4, and then we print 4 out. Print is a function that's built in, and we pass in whatever we want to print out. So this parentheses is part of a function call. Okay, so an assignment statement, you have to really get your head around the notion that it has this arrow nature, and that it evaluates this entire right-hand side before we change the left-hand side. And so you can think of this sort of as at time step 1 it does this, and then at time step 2 it does the copy. And that's how you can have something like x on both sides of an assignment statement. And so if, for example, we have x and x has 0.6 in it, x has 0.6 in it, what happens is that it sort of ignores this part right here and evaluates the expression. So it pulls the 0.6. Everywhere x appears, it pulls 0.6 out. Then it starts running these calculations, and then it has the new value. After all the calculations are done, then and only then is it going to put that back into x. And so it sort of takes that and puts it back into x, and then wipes out the old value. At this point, this has all been taken care of, and it's been reduced down to this 0.93, and so that is what's put in as the new value. So up next, we'll talk a little bit more about making more complex expressions.
Wait, I wasn't done with go back.
We change the left-hand side, and so you can think of this sort of as at time step 1 it does this, and then at time step 2 it does the copy. And that's how you can have something like x on both sides of an assignment statement. And so if, for example, we have x and x has 0.6 in it, x has 0.6 in it, what happens is that it sort of ignores this part right here and evaluates the expression. So it pulls the 0.6. Everywhere x appears, it pulls 0.6 out. Then it starts running these calculations, and then it has the new value. After all the calculations are done, then and only then is it going to put that back into x. And so it sort of takes that and puts it back into x, and then wipes out the old value. At this point, this has all been taken care of, and it's been reduced.
That makes sense. Oh shit.
So hello, welcome to Python for Everybody. I'm Charles Severance, your instructor. And in this assignment, in this video, I want to work through exercise 2.2. And it's just a basic hello world. And so I'm going to show you how I want you to do these things. And I've got...
This is from recent. Duplicate this. answer is 4, but okay.
So welcome back. We're now going to talk about expressions. Expressions are a little more complex calculations that we can sort of do on the right-hand side of an assignment statement. So one of the things about expressions is operators. And the operators in computer programming are often very much the same as the mathematical operators, but we don't have all the fancy characters that we have in mathematics, and so we have to choose what's on the keyboard. And then we really go back to the 1960s and 1970s, and then we use what was on the keyboard in the 1960s and the 1970s to make these operators. So plus is addition, minus is subtraction. We don't have a time sign or a dot in the middle, so we use the asterisk as multiplication. Division, we can't put two things over top of each other, so we use slash for division. Raising to the power, because it didn't have little characters back then, is star star, which is raising to the power. And then remainder. Remainder is when you do integer division, it's also called the modulo operator. It's the remainder, not the quotient. And I've got a picture of that coming up. So here's a whole series of little examples of this, right? So we've already seen, the plus, x equals x plus 1. Keep remembering that these assignments are arrows, basically. Arrow, arrow, they have a direction. Multiplication, 440 times 12. Dividing this by, that's division, over 1,000, 5.28. Here we're going to put 23 into JJ, and then we're going to do modulo. So that says, take 23, divide it by 5, and get me back the remainder and put it in KK. So this is the expression that evaluates like this. Take 23, divide 5 into 23, 4, remainder 3. The 3 is what comes back up here. Okay, and so that is the remainder. It's also called modulo operator. It turns out that for things like picking a random number and then taking the modulo of 52 is a way to pick a card randomly. So this modulo operator is actually, especially in games and other things, super useful. So that's the various operators. It's important to know which of these operators goes first. It's called operator precedence. Now normally we put parentheses in, like, so if I put the parentheses in here, I'd say this goes first, parenthesis, then this goes first. Oh, actually not that one. Whoops, got that one wrong. This happens first, this happens, then this happens. Okay, and so, but it's important for us to be able to know, if there were no parentheses, the order in which these things will happen. So the way things work in terms of operator precedence is parentheses are the most important thing, followed by raising to the power, all else being equal. Multiplication and division are all both equal, and then addition, and then within it's adding left.
So it's the same rules, I guess. Please, no. Let's just write it. It's parentheses. What up? How long have I been learning? 3 weeks. What's going on though? Thanks for joining the streams. If you're looking for like someone that's really good, that's not me. I'm just like actually just like going through it step by step, learning everything. I learned CSS. I completed 4 tasks and I was doing absolute and relative movements and like web design and visual designs. Oh, you watch the same guy too? We can be watch buddies. But then after like I did my first miniature project in CSS, I was like, okay, but this isn't really a language. I want to learn a language, and Python was suggested to me. The chat before, I have some people in my chat before. I had Icon, Hoist, and Lord. They all came through my small little group. We all voted, and everyone was unanimous that I learned Python. So at first I did another website, and the website was trash. Then I was like, but why did I leave this website? This website was good enough for CSS, so why wouldn't it be good enough for Python? And true enough, it is good enough for Python. How far are you into it? I'll just keep writing my notes. Ding, 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 ding. So we got parentheses, power, multiplication, addition, addition, and left to right. Alright, so this is pretty much standard. If you have a decent, from my assess thus far, is if you have a decent understanding of math at least, it won't be that bad. But you said, not far, LOL. I've made a couple of games, my own Jarvis AI. Okay, so right off the bat, you're cool as fuck. You made a couple, you said that so casually. I made a couple of games. You might as well look out. Activision Blizzard might be looking for you, but given their work culture, you might want to go ahead and work for Epic. that's awesome. One, the Jarvis AI is a astounding feat to make because I think as a person who's clearly a Marvel fan, who doesn't want a Jarvis at their side? Thank you for giving me my first suggestion. I'll be my first project, whatever I decide to do, will probably be making Jarvis. Do you think I can make a Lady Jarvis? Ooh, maybe I'll do Friday, so I'm not an exact copy. We'll get Friday. That was the name of Peter Parker's AI, right? Friday. So yeah, we'll make a Friday. But no, that's awesome. Wait, did I go back? I went back.
Hello, and welcome to Chapter 2. Now we're going to continue.
Okay, the answer here is 4. But this is just basic math.
So welcome back. We're now going to talk about expressions.
Okay
Expressions are a little more complex calculations that we can sort of do on the right-hand side of an assignment statement. So one of the things about expressions is operators. And the operators in computer programming are often very much the same as the mathematical operators, but we don't have called operator precedence. Now normally we put parentheses in, like, you know, so if I put the parentheses in here, I'd say this goes first, parentheses, then this goes first. Oh, actually not that one. Oops, got that one wrong. This happens first, this happens, then this happens. Okay, and so, but it's important for us to be able to know, if there were no parentheses, the order in which these things will happen. So the way things work in terms of operator precedence is parentheses are the most important thing, followed by raising to the power, all else being equal. Multiplication and division are all both equal, and then addition, and then within it's adding left to right. So let's see an example of how this works. And so if we take 1 plus 2 to raise to the 3 power divided by 4 times 5, and we print out what comes out of this. So the way I did this when I was taking exams back many, many years.
That's interesting. So the code line for, like, it's stupid that I'm writing this, but x, your through line is 1 plus 2 raised to the power 3 divided by 4 times 5. Okay, that's just the code in itself. Oh yeah, I'm gonna be on for a few. Hey, thanks for the follow. I'll be here for a few. For me, it's 9 o'clock where I'm at night. I'll probably be on for a good hour. And whenever you get done with dinner, enjoy yourself, relax. I'll still be here. And then print, because print is the constant x. All right, and it should push the answer. But yeah, go enjoy your dinner. I'll be around.
Years ago when I was first in computer science, is I'd write it all down and I'd look for the highest precedence thing. Now parentheses would make this easy, but exponentiation is the first one. So that means we're going to take this, and that's going to be 8, 2 to the 3rd power, 2 times 2 times 2, 2 cubed is 8. Then what I would do is I rewrite the whole thing with the 8 there. And now I look across, and I'm looking for multiplications, because the power's been done, the multiplication is what I'm looking for next. And then there is both multiplication and division. They're equal, they're at the same level. And so what happens is they're done left to right. 8 divided by 4 happens before 4 times 5. And so the fact that it's not 4 times 5, but instead 8 times 4 is because of the left to right rule. So then this gets rewritten to be 2, 1 plus 2 times 5. And this one, multiplication, is the top one. So that does this next. 2 times 5 becomes 10. I rewrite it again. And then 1 plus 10, addition, is the lowest thing. And that's how we end up with 11. And so that's how I would do these problems if I ever saw the problem on an exam. And it's a fun problem to put on exams because there is one and only one answer, and every programming class has usually at least one slide about this stuff. So like I said, the rules go top to bottom, parentheses, power, multiplication, addition, and then left to right within it. So we talked about variables and computing values to put inside variables, but the one thing you kind of also, maybe you noticed it as we go by, is we have different kinds of data. We call it type. Is this of type integer? Is this of type floating point number? Is it of type string? What is going on here? And Python is pretty smart about various kinds of types of data. And so, you know, we're adding 1 plus 4 here, and Python knows as it looks at this that that's an integer and that's an integer, and we'll add it together and make it an integer. So that thing is an integer. We can also use this plus to concatenate 2 strings. This is hello blank plus there, and plus looks here, says, oh, that's a string and that's a string. So I know what to do with strings. I will concatenate those 2 things together, so it becomes another string that gets assigned into E, and it's hello space there. The plus doesn't add the space. I added the space by putting it right there. And so these operators are kind of smart in that they kind of know what they're dealing with, and sometimes they will do one thing or another depending on the kinds of values, variables, or constants that they're working with. And so sometimes type can get us in trouble. So here we have EEE, which is hello there, because we concatenated these two strings together. And now we're adding 1. And the problem now is that it looks on one side and says that's a string, and that's a number, and says I don't know how to do that. This is another one of those annoying errors that you would like. You think that somehow Python doesn't like you, but it just is confused. If you look at these things, traceback. Traceback always means I quit. It means I stopped, I ran, I'm quitting now because I don't want to go any farther because I've become confused. So your program stops running, and you say, here's where I stopped running. Because we're typing interactively, it's always line 1 here. Type it, but if you read carefully and you don't get too stuck on too much stuff, line 1 that tells us something in module type error can't convert int object to str implicitly. So that's an integer right there, and that's a string, and that's what it's complaining about, that little bit right there. If Python is so grumpy about types, then we should be able to ask it about types. So there turns out that there is, inside Python, a built-in function called type, T-Y-P-E. So we can pass into type. So the syntax is calling a built-in function named type. Parenthesis is the parameter that we're passing to it. We're saying, hey, hello, tell me something about the type of the variable EEEE. And so this is a function. The parentheses are part of the function call. And it says, oh, that would be of class string. And then we can pass in a constant and says, hey, what about hello? The string hello, it's like, oh, that's a string too. What about a 1? Well, that's an integer. And so we are asking Python through the type function what the type of either a variable or a constant is. And there are even several types of numbers, and we'll even see Booleans and others like later. Like 1 with no decimal, that's an integer number. 98.6 with a decimal, that's a floating point number. And so, constants can be both integer and floating point. And I'm just asking over and over and over again, what is the type of what's in XXX, what's the type of what's in temp, and what's the type of the constant 1, and what's the type of 1.0. You can also use a set of built-in functions like float and int to convert from one to another. And so this basically says, I want to convert, oops, let's go back. I want to convert 99 to a floating point number. So this is a function, and it's participating in this plus, but before it can finish the plus, it turns this into a 99.0. The difference between 99 as an integer and 99.0 is that it's a floating point number, and that actually turns this computation, as it looks to the left and looks to the right, it says, oh, I've got a floating point number on one side, an integer on the other side, and so I'm going to make my calculation overall be a floating point calculation. I can also pass into the float function. I can say, take this variable I, which has a 42, also an integer, and then give me back a floating point. So that'll be 42.0, pass that into f, we print it out, and it is indeed 42.0, and it's a float. And so it knows the type and value in any variable. This is an integer of value 42. This is a float of value 42.0. Integer division in Python 2 was kind of weird, and it was actually one of the big things that they changed between Python 2 and Python 3. This is a Python 3 course, so we're not worried about that too much. What's nice about integer division in Python 3 is it always produces a floating point result. And that means that Python 3's division is more predictable, and it works more like a calculator. Yeah. So in this case, I mean, you can go back and look at my Python 2 lectures and see how crazy it was in Python 2. 10 divided by 2 is 5.0. And the weird thing here is these are both integers, but the division forces the result of the calculation to be a floating point number. And this, 10 over 2 could be 5, but 9 over 2 is 4.5. And so that is accurate.
And maybe I'm looking too deep into this, but like I was seriously concerned about that. I was like, how do you push out what they call floating numbers is just a decimal, but how do you dictate that? Who would dictate that? And also, what happens if you need one, but there's no way of deriving one? So would that mean that you have to first get your answer, then insert a decimal by then picking out, like, so you would have to be doing work for the computer, but this Python 3 clearly has figured this out. And this also answers another one of my questions that I didn't have in the past. Python languages don't die out. They do evolve. So there was a Python 1, there was a Python 2, but I'm doing Python 3, which is something good to know, because if I'm ever looking for help, Python 3. I'm a person who would need to be searching in Python 3. Not like 1 or 2. These are all
Python 2 that would give us back 4, which is completely unpredictable and weird. The same with 99 over 100. As you would expect, if this were a calculator, you get 0.99. Actually, what you get in Python 2 is 0, because it would round it down. It doesn't round at all. It truncates it. So 99 over 100 is 0.99, and then it truncates it to 0. That's Python 2. We're not talking about Python 2. There's a good reason we're not talking about Python 2. Welcome to Python 3. Of course, if there are a floating point on either side, the result is still a floating point, and the result is still a floating point. So integer division produces a floating result in Python 3.0, not in Python 2.0. That is an improvement in Python 3.0. And that's why we're recording these lectures. I have a whole great set of lectures about Python 2, and now I'm going to have a great set of lectures about Python 3. Welcome to Python 3. Okay, so we've been talking about converting from integer to floating point, but you can also convert from string to integer or string to floating point. And so here we start out with a little string value. Now it only works for strings that are made of digits. So quote 1, 2, 3 quote is not an integer. It is a 3-character string that has 1, 2, 3 as the characters in that string, which is very different than 123. We say, what is the type of this? It's a string. We say, let's add 1 to it. And it says can't convert int to string, so that blows up, right? Because this is a string. It looks to both sides. String plus an integer, not good, okay? But we can convert this. We can call the int function, which is like the float function, and pass a string in.
So
So it says, hey,
hello.
take this
Welcome
and
to
turn it into
Python
an
for
integer.
everybody. I'm
so
Charles
take the input of
Severance, your
sval,
instructor.
which is the string 1, 2, 3, and give me back an integer representation of that, which is going to be 123. So we say, what kind of thing do we get back? Well, we got back an integer. We can now add 1 to it and get 124. And so you have to manage the type of things, and you can convert from one type to another. Now, int is not magic. If you send something into it, a string that doesn't consist of digits, then you're going to end up with another error. Invalid literal for integer with base 10, blah, 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 blah. So it's really complaining. It says, I want these to be numbers here, and you just gave me letters, so that's going to cause this to fail. Another thing that we're going to do with variables is, just like the print function takes something, a list of things, in this case, a string, comma, a variable, and then prints some output in the program, the opposite of that is input. Actually, input generally happens before output. Input is a built-in function, and we pass to it a prompt, a string of text that's going to be printed out for the user, and then it stops and waits. So it says, who are you? And then right here it just sits, waiting for us to type something. So we type blah, 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 and then hit the enter key. Right? We hit the enter key, and then this text ends up in this variable. So this is an assignment statement that Chuck is the result of the input call, gets copied into the NAM variable. So let's do that again. It's evaluating assignment statement. Remember, it's kind of this way, or you can think of it as do this right side first. It writes this out, writes that out, then it waits, wait, until we hit the enter, and takes this Chuck, and that becomes the result of this input, which is then assigned into NAM. Now then we go sequentially to the next line. It prints out welcome, comma, NA, contents of the variable NAM. Now this one, this comma here, actually does put the space in here automatically, so it says welcome space Chuck. So there's no space in Chuck, just the CHUCK. And so print can take more than one thing separated by commas. As a matter of fact, print can have a whole bunch. Oops, come back. Print can have comma, 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 parentheses, as many as you like. Everything you've seen up to now is kind of one thing in the print, but that doesn't mean that print only can do one thing. So I've talked about variables, we talked about constants, we talked about input, we talked about output, and now it is time to write our first meaningful program. And so this program has to do with those of you who have traveled internationally. If you travel to the United States and you travel outside the United States, you notice that there is an elevator convention that is different inside the United States. In the United States, walk in the ground floor in the elevator, that's 1. And if you walk in the ground floor in Europe or many other places in the world, then the elevator is 0. So we have written a small app that we're going to put on the App Store and get wealthy with called Elevator Floor Conversion App. And it's going to ask us, we're in Europe and we're lost, and you say, well, what floor would this be if I was in the United States of America? And so we have to read the floor that we are at in Europe, and then we're going to convert it to a US floor, and then we're going to print it out. This is very silly, but it is a pure essential program that has input, does some kind of task on that input, and then produces some output, which is useful for some value of useful. Okay? So let's take a look at how we combine everything that we learned in this lecture, input, processing, and output. It's a 3-line program, but it's sort of the beginning of something that programs do. Okay, you're going to do lots of programs that do this. So here we go. Program starts. We do the input side effect. It prints out this and then waits. We type in 0. That comes back here. And the 0, which is a string. Input gives you back a string. It doesn't give you back a number. It's a little different in Python 2, but in Python 3, input gives you a string. So quote 0, quote, which is what we type to. We didn't type the quotes. It's a string. It gets stored in the imp variable. Then we move to the next statement. And on this right-hand side, we convert that string variable to an integer. So that becomes the integer 0. We add 1 to it, and then that becomes 1. And then we assign that into USF. I've named this variable United States floor, right? So imp is the input and USF, that's mnemonic. It doesn't know anything about elevators, it's just I picked a variable that was quite friendly. And so at this point, USF has the United States floor that's equivalent to the European floor, and then I just fall down and I do a print statement. Print out US floor, comma, that's this space right here, and then whatever the contents of the US floor variable is. And you could see that I could write this on 4, and it would say 3. I could write this and say 7, and it would say 6. This is an amazing program. It converts floors in a European numbering scheme. Wait, actually no, I got that wrong. Hang on, let me clear this. I wasn't thinking clearly. I could type in 4 and it would give me back 5. I could type in 6 and it would give me back 7. See, I'm confused. Haven't been in Europe in a couple of months, and so I forgot all about the floors. But that's the idea. Now, this is a super simple program, not super useful, but you get the idea that we're going to pull some data in, we're going to do some intelligent thing. Soon this will be hundreds of lines of code instead of 1 line of code. And then we're going to present the results to our user. Now, another element of most any programming language is what's called a comment. A comment is a way for you to put in a program file some text that's to be ignored by Python or C or whatever language we happen to be using. In Python, comments start with a pound sign. So what you could do is put a pound sign anywhere in a line, and then after the pound sign, Python ignores everything after that pound sign. It can be the first character. So here's our recurring concept that we talk a lot about. We're not going to cover this. Remember what this does? This is counting how many letters. There's 16 thes, and in that file there were 6 2s or whatever it was. This is that code. We'll get back to this code. But what we've done here is I've added some comments that are really for human consumption. So this first paragraph is get the name of the file and open it. The second paragraph is count the word frequency. Maybe I should have said histogram here. Count the word frequency and assemble a histogram. And then here I'm putting this pound sign in, find the most common word, and then I'm all done. I print the stuff out, right? And so all I'm saying is comments are for people to read. your next programmer or the person who's going to change your program after you're done with it. And they're nice. And you don't have to use any particularly weird syntax or variable naming conventions. You put a pound sign in, and you can write anything you want from that point forward. Okay, so we've talked a little bit about variables and types and mnemonics and how we would choose variable names and how expressions work and the various operators converting between different types, printing, input, output, and comments. So that just kind of gets us sentences. And coming up next, we'll talk about conditional execution, where we're really starting to move up to paragraphs. So see you in a bit.
All right. There's a part that feels like maybe I should download Python, or maybe I should be like, I should have a Python access. Okay, let's look at this one, the exercise. Let's look at the exercise.
Assignment, in this video I want to work through exercise 2.2, and it's just a basic hello, kind of hello world, and so I'm going to show you how I want you to do these things. And I've got this folder called Python for Everybody, and I'm going to use the Atom text editor. So the whole thing is it's supposed to say hello, enter your name. There's the last one we did. Okay, so I'm going to make in Python for Everybody, I'm going to make a new folder, and I'm going to say EX0202. Make myself an exercise, and I'm going to create a new file, and I'm going to say print hello.
Wait, I can use Notepad.
Say file, save as, and it's important to get these in the right folder. And so I'm going to call this ex02.py. Always end these in Python because then you get the syntax highlighting. Okay, so now, again, you're not going to like this, but I want you to learn to execute these things using the real tools that we're going to really use. Because when you're applying this, I want you to know how to actually do real work. So I need to get to the point where this terminal program, and I could say start run terminal. That's another way to get the terminal program started, but I've got her down here in my docs, so that saves me some time. And of course, if you're on Windows, this is the command prompt. And so in Windows, you'd type CD, but in Mac, I type PWD, and that shows where I am at in the directory structure. And I can go into my desktop. This would work the same. And I can do an ls. In Windows, I would say dir. And I see this desktop folder. And I'm going to go into py4e. And if I keep doing PWD, you see I'm navigating deeper and deeper into this directory structure. And then I do an ls here. And I'm going to cd one more time and to a folder. Oh, I did that really quick and didn't tell you what I was doing. cd ex tab. So that's because if the name of the file or folder is unique, you can hit the tab in the command line, and away we go. And so now we're in this folder, in the users folder, py4e, desktop, py4e, ex0202. And then if I say ls, and that's what you want to get to. You want to get to where you know where you're at in the folder structure and you know the file that you're going to run. And I've saved this, and so if I say python3 ex02.py, it runs. And now I know that what I'm doing in this screen can be run in this screen. And oh, I did that again. I hit the up arrow and I can run it again. So you'll find that the way you write these programs is you write them here and then write them here and run them here. And again, there are shortcuts and those are crutches and you might like them, but I just want you to learn how to use your computer like a real person uses the computer, because that's when we start dealing with databases and files, and you're going to want to know where you're at on your computer. And so if there's some fancy clicky button thing that says automatically run Python. That's convenient, but I want you to know all this stuff. Okay, enough about, well, probably I'll just keep talking about that all the time. So, now that we've got our problem, write a program that uses input to prompt for their username and welcomes them. So this is pretty simple.
All right, this is a similar. Okay, so what was exercise 2 then? Ah, shit, I did it again. I'm on side of your town. Lit. Because, like, that's showing me exercise 2. Oh, assuming there was a point where he actually set all that up. I wasn't here for that.
Hello and welcome to Python for Everybody. My name is Charles Severance. In this short video, I will be explaining how to run exercise 2.3, where we prompt for some hours, prompt for some rate, and
all right. So yeah, he's definitely done this before. Okay, so let's go back. Let's go here. And oh shit. It's been underneath the videos the whole time. So I do have to download Python. Okay.
hello and welcome to my video that shows how to get started and install Python on Microsoft Windows. Okay, so it's not too hard. We're going to both install Python 3 and we're going to install text editor. And so I'm just going to go into Google and I'm going to say install Python 3. And my top link is downloading Python.
All right.
And
I feel like he should have just put that in the link, but download Python 3. Right. Aye. I'm on side of your town. Lit. Oh, it's a 3.1. I'm on side of your town. Lit. Alright, let's put this on this program shit. It's just one more thing dragging my slow ass computer down. Let's put this here. Okay, we got it down there. Alright, I guess we'll go back to following his rules. Let's see what he's got to say.
And there is my link for downloading Python 3.5.2. This version of my class uses Python 3. I have an earlier class that you may have seen that uses Python 2, but in this class we're going to do this. Now it might take you a while to download this. I've actually already downloaded it. Now the other thing we need
says 3.52. My shit was 3.10. Okay, so I'm up there a little bit.
A programmer text editor, and you can really use any programmer text editor. We've used Notepad Plus in the past. We've used JEdit in the past. I like Atom, Atom.io, Tom.io, mostly because it works the same on Windows and Mac and Linux.
Here's a question: can I use an online editor? Wait, what's the word I'm looking for? Online text editor. Online text editor. Is that a thing? I guess not. Text editor. I guess I'll also use the one he uses, Adam.io. Just so for the sake of staying. Oh shit. I'm on Sadio Town. Lit. I'm on Sadio Town. This is not going to be as gentle as I thought it would be. Alright, so that's ready. So let's pop this bad boy open. Shout out to the 3 people watching with me. We love to see it. Yeah, let's go back.
But you can really use any text editor that you like. Just don't use Word or text edit that comes with the operating system. You need a programming editor that doesn't mess with weird characters or weird lines or strange formats. You must have a real programmer editor. So I'm going to I've already downloaded this as well. And so I won't waste the time waiting to download it, but let's go ahead and do the installation. So these things ended up in my downloads file. So I'll go to downloads, and I'll start installing Python 3.5.2.
Yeah, let's start with Python.
Now it's going to ask me some things. Add Python 3.5 to the path. Yeah, that's a good idea. Install the launcher for all users. I'm going to add that. Maybe you will, maybe you won't do that. It's going to tell me where it's going to install it. Install now. Of course, it's going to ask me for permission to do these things. And now it's running through the installation.
Lit.
Okay, so there we go. You could maybe click on this online tutorial and documentation. But we're just going to close this. And
we'll let it run its course. Interesting. Jonty, do you have an app? Because if you don't got an app, I don't think you can do anything here, darling. Okay. Oh man. Adam is definitely installed faster. Adam is not currently set as a default handler for Adam URLs. Would you like Adam to handle? Let's just say no for right now because I don't know what that is. Open up project, GitHub. I feel like GitHub's gonna be a big part of my life. was low-key a bop. I believe in you. I believe in you, Jaunty. I'm spending a lot more time. There she is. I knew you could do it. I always believed in you. Look at me. I always believed in you. That's me, believing in you. We're downloading some stuff so we can continue the... I have low-key been missing assignments because I didn't have everything signed up, so I got to come back to it. But, you know, I appreciate you guys being here for that slow burn. But for what it's worth, we had Southerner for Life. He was on the stream. He followed. He's gonna be part of the Strange Gang. That should be the name of the group, the Strange Gang. I'm changing that effective immediately. Next month will be a good month for me. I'm claiming it. We're gonna be known as the Strange Gang. That's what I'm gonna be calling my chat from here on out. Changing that right now. Yeah, Jaunty, hit the heart so you can follow and you'll always know whenever I'm live. You can always make sure I'm studying. The Strange Gang. Python is almost done downloading. Looks like Python's gonna be a heavy program. Whoops. The Strange Gang. Gang, gang, gang. Shout out to the 4 people watching. We appreciate you guys. Thanks for jumping through. We're downloading a few things so we can get ourselves together, and we'll actually start back over from the beginning and get some of those early assignments done, because they did Hello World, and I was very upset that I didn't get to do Hello World. Okay. All right, cool. Looks like the Python's up, but I guess you guys are gonna need a window to see that, right? Hold on. Hold on. All right, okay, I guess this would be a good time for me to go back to the video, right? So let's do that. Wait. Okay, here we go.
I'm going to start and run the Windows command line. Now, you may have all kinds of fancy ways to run Python, but I like running the command line, command. I like running the command line because it's after a while, it's important to know what folder things are being run in. So here's this command line, and I should be able to type Python here. And so now I'm in Python 3.2.
Wait. Okay. I have a command line. I just pulled up one on my side, so let me show you guys what I just did. Desktop, display capture. No, John T, I cannot hear you. No, I cannot hear you, darling. So we're gonna call this command prompt because that's what it says on my screen. Prompt. This is a one-way avenue. You have all the access to me. I have no access to you. I can only see whatever you type in that box. Oh, wait. No, I don't want this one. No, I don't want this one here. This isn't what I wanted. Delete. We'll make another one. Give me something mellow to listen to, please. Now, there are ways I can bring you on, but it would be like a Zoom call or something like that. For now, we want to bring in a window capture. That's what I was looking for. We're gonna add oh shit. Did not want to do that. Not this one. Delete. I keep hitting the wrong button, but I'm gonna get it the third time, I guarantee you guys. Here we go. We'll call this command prompt. The question is, the thing I'm interested to see now is, John T, how long is it gonna take you to follow, like, the screen? Because if we can get you to follow, haha. All right, that's the command prompt that I'm currently looking at. And for simplicity's sake, we'll put myself back. Get back up there. Move. Get back up there. All right, for simplicity's sake, we're gonna lock the tab first and foremost. Then we're gonna take the command prompt and we're gonna make sure it's at least underneath the text box, the chat box, and behind the camera. And then we're gonna move it down here because I feel like this is like fair. This is within range, so you can still see me, still see what I'm somewhat typing, and you can still see the screen. So we got the best of both worlds. All right. And we'll give this some space down here. All right, cool. All right, so based on his video, he said he just typed the word Python into it, and it was next to his name. Okay, let's see what happens. Nothing happened. It opened up a window browser, and then it gave me the thing back. I already downloaded Python. Oh, I guess it, of course not. Hell no. I'm just following what he said. But he typed in Python. Now I'm curious to know what the hell did I do wrong. Oh, welcome back, Southerner for life. Southerner, I take it your meal went nice. But this shit right here, why don't I just open Python up from like my window browser? Yeah, I feel like I should just be able to click this. Yeah. Oh shit. That's very pink. Uh-oh. I did not intend for this to happen. That's a lot of pink. Oh, try typing Python 3. Okay. Python 3. Python 3 is not recognized as an internal or external command operable program or batch file. But okay, hear me out. I don't have this, but when I looked at the online version, it gave me this. So let me show you the other one. It gave me this one. No, look, I'll do it. I'll do it one more again. Check me out. Python. Or is there like some special spelling? Is it cap sensitive? Nope, his was lowercase too. Python, right? Enter. And it opens up like a window thing. But check, look at this, look at this. I got this right now. What is this? Python module docs. Command. Where's the other one? Whoops. I don't want to show that one. It won't let me show the other one though. Oh, here we go. Yeah, this is the other one. This one's literally Python module docs. So this is probably what he wanted me to open up, but his version didn't want. So I'm gonna keep them both on screen for right now, but we'll test them out here in a second. Add to path. No, I did not. I'm assuming that was an important step. Man, so why doesn't it just come automatically checked? All right. Let's go back. Let's go back to where this all started. If it's necessary for me to even run the program, dare I say, why isn't it automatically part of it? All right, so we're gonna reinstall this. Or how? Oh wait, no, I can just open up Python docs, Python's manual, Python's app. Here we go. Do this. No. Like I can open the app. So does it really matter? Or do I definitely need to have that path? Because if you're telling me I need to have that path, then I'm gonna go back and reinstall it. Program shit. Modify. it should still. Oh yeah, it's still in the download file. It's just you would hope, right? You would hope that something so critical, something so critical to the learning process would be automatically ticked. Like you don't want the first lesson to be learned is Python don't give a fuck about your ability to comprehend situations outside of the scope of your practice. That's not the first lesson I wanted to learn here today. So I don't know how to feel about that. But hey, two things. One, see, this is why you're here. Southerner, you're here to keep me from flipping this table and proceeding to play Call of Duty or something else. Oh my goodness, that's frustrating. Maybe that's a rite of passage, you know? So this will uninstall, reinstall, and then we'll do it the Southerner way. So we can have it BK, Burger King, our way. Hey man, it's a process. We in here. You're helping me do a lot right now. So I'm trying to get this channel affiliated. I'm at the critical point where I just need to have 3 consecutive viewers at all times. And, you know, shout out to me for being one of those viewers. Then shout out to Moms, because Moms is watching this, even though I know she knows nothing about it. She just has me on the background. I call her a lurk. She doesn't understand what that means, but you know what? I don't have to remove it. Oh, so wait, should I hit cancel on this? Should I hit cancel on this? Okay, I'm gonna hit cancel. Are you sure you want to cancel? Yes, let's cancel. Yeah, read it. Tell me how to put the path in. And then I got you, so that's 3. So and now all I gotta do is keep all 3 of you, 3 of us together for 8 hours, and boom, problem solved. All right, cool. So it's reversing itself. It's reversing itself. That's cool. Oh, make it 4. Clap it up. Drop a bomb. Get hype. We got 4 people with us. Let the record show. Clap it up. Welcome. Thanks for joining the stream. Danimalus. I'm about to bite my damn tongue trying to say these names. The Black Dynamite goes hard, baby. It goes hard. I bet you Black Dynamite wouldn't have had these problems that I'm having. Your user cancellation has been canceled. All right, cool. All right, so now we're back to square one. Where do you want me to do so I can get that path written in here? So I still have the command prompts up here. But thanks for joining the stream. Full disclosure, I'm not good at coding. I'm super new to it. This is my 2nd day of Python, and I've already messed up. It's like a New Year's resolution. You tried so hard, you got so far, but in the end, it doesn't even matter. Just run install and hit repair. Okay, cool. Close command prompt. Also do that. All right, I'm in repair.
And
how's your night going, Danny? Thanks for joining in. I'm new to programming. My background is in the medical field, but I have a newfound interest in programming, computer languaging. I first started off fatal error during installation. Ugh. one or more issues cause setup fail. Please fix issues and retry. Bro, the log file just showed up on this thing. Okay, close that. It just said fatal error. That looked like something off of Mortal Kombat. Yeah, let's just uninstall. Yeah, nah, let's start from scratch. Yo, it's like, you know, you got to be willing to start over. Don't. I had a really bad analogy. I'm gonna go with it. Stick with me. 64. Yeah, I did the 64. Okay. I did something right. Getting high praise from my boy Southerner. Clap it up for praise. We all need some. Danny, I hope you're right, because I could definitely use it. The reason why I'm doing this even in the first place is because I do a lot of implementation at my job right now. And the problem I'm always running into is it's very clear to see the deficit of lack of technology and programmers who have a built-in understanding of our healthcare system. There are algorithms that can be written to find out if I want to have pizza tonight. So you mean to tell me I can't use those same algorithms to kind of dictate when a patient's blood sugar is going to drop below a certain level so that I can make sure his insulin is delivered on time? Or if there's certain pragmatic developments that, like, that's all healthcare is looking at data points. And we admittedly know that computers are better at looking at data points than human beings. Yet we still trust human beings to look at all data points when it comes to patients. That's ridiculous. And I see it every day. I see patients suffer because we don't use the technology readily available to us. And how can we? When the programs that we run in our hospitals are running on Windows 95. And hackers, a white hat hacker can literally walk in and hold everyone's computer for ransom because Sharon from finance clicked on a fucking meme that had a link on the bottom of it. Yeah. When I'm installing, I'll definitely share my screen. So, feel free to email. Thank you. Okay, Python's off. All right, cool. All right, so let's reinstall. We're back to the basics. I'm gonna get a shared screen going on here so we don't mess this up. But I don't know, like, and that's sort of the thing that I'm just trying to find. Like my new number 7 on my New Year's resolution list was to get my first tech job. After 11 years in the industry of saving lives, I wanna have some fun. Wait, hold on. I'm on your side of town. Lit. What is this thing called? Python. Okay, here we go. I don't know. It's not. What do you mean? Don't make me fight you, okay? All right, cool. All right, so we're gonna hit add. Oh, here it is. Add. I see it. First thing you see on the screen. Add pathway. Do I want to? I'm just gonna install now, but all I'm gonna do is click add pathway for 3.10. That's all I'm doing. Yeah, If you're telling me the robot apocalypse happened because people just didn't want to like take care of each other, I'm gonna be pissed. Pissed. Oh, welcome to this new world. We are in it. All right, here we go. We're going with the basic install. So we started it. I've gotten the grace from Southerner. I've gotten Danny's full support. I got John T in the Matrix with us. What more could I be asking for? I'm parched. A little bit of water. I'm selfish. Don't mind me, guys. Twitch is a wonderful place to meet people, man. It's a great place to connect and vibe. There's a niche for everybody. Like Jonty, I know you like magazines and developing your magazines. I've seen other websites like that. What's that sound? It's I woke up, I had my coffee this morning, I looked God in the eyes and said, bring it on. Clap it up. We're fully supported in this group right now. Drop a bomb. As long as you're moving forward, you're fine. All right, 3 minutes left. Battery on 10% on the watch. Life is good. Let's go. And we already have 6 miniature projects we can start. So we won't even have to hear my homeboy talk for a little bit. We can just do the courses. I know the first one's Hello Print. Is Hello World. And I know the constant for that is print something. Print parentheses. And print is how you get everything to return, like the answer. So gradually, like that's how you do anything in life. You gradually move forward. A lot of people always talk about like practice makes perfect. No, practice makes better. To be perfect is to be unrecognizable in my eyes. No one wants to see like a one-sided lambasted fight. You want to see a competition. New Python start online tutorial. Okay, boo. We out of here. All right. So
And this is
just me. This is big brain right now. This is just me being big brained. Command prompt. If I did this right, I should be able to type in Python and it should just pop the fuck up. Hey, that's new. But nothing happened, so I don't know. But I'm literally stuck in the same screen he's at now. So my screens are identical. We did it. Southerner, we did it. Success. Drop a bomb. Success. Drop a bomb. Success. All right. We made it. We made it. All right, cool. All right, what do we want to do now? So let's just keep
chevron prompt here is the Python interpreter where it's asking for Python commands, and I can say print hello world. Of course, this is what we tend to print all the time. I can make a mistake. I can say blah.
I remember this. There's a few benefits I've already gained from doing this.
Now to get out of this, I can either type Control-Z or quit
without looking down. And that's kind of scary because my whole life I've always had to look down at the keyboard. But now that I have to watch the screen, that shit has become very...
in this case, I'm going to type Control-Z.
Okay. So now let me like actually pay attention to what my guy is trying to say to me. Hey, turn my headphones up.
And I'm back to the prompt in Python 3.2.
Okay.
And this is the chevron prompt here is the Python interpreter where it's asking for Python commands, and I can say print hello world. Of course, this is what we tend to print all the time. I can make a mistake. I can say,
Oh.
right? And it'll complain to me. Now to get out of this, I can either type Control-Z or quit. In this case, I'm going to type Control-Z, and I'm back to the prompt. A couple of things. I can do a dir to see what folders and files I have, and that is like my desktop. And then the cd command tells me where I'm at in the folder. That means I'm in the users directory,
Hold on.
Dr. Chuck. Okay, so I have now installed Python. I ran the Python interpreter to verify it. I said print hello world. Okay, and so now what I'm going to do is I'm going to actually install Atom. And I already had this downloaded, so let's go ahead and install Atom on my computer.
As well. Let me open up a file for Atom too.
Okay, so Atom is now installed and it's kind of telling us what to do. I'm going to actually just close all these windows, close this window, close everything, and I'm going to create a file. I'm going to say print, in this case.
Create a file. Did he say file or project?
Bigger. I can make it bigger. So I'm going to type print hello from a file. Okay. And I'm going to save this. I'm going to say file.
Hold on.
Save as.
I'm already getting left behind.
This. Bigger. I can make it bigger. So I'm going to type print hello.
Go way back.
To verify it. I said print hello world. Okay, and so now what I'm going to do is I'm going to actually install Atom. I already had this downloaded, so let's go ahead and install Atom on my computer.
Strange gang, what we doing? Atom is super bloated. Okay, so I want Atom. Hold on, I see you guys talking about. Programming is command line. In the command line, going to be rough stuff. You'll want what is called an integrated development environment known as IDE. Visual Studio Code is one of the most widely used and highly recommended. VS Code also has a terminal built in like what you are using now. Okay, so so what I'm hearing, so Danny, correct me if I'm wrong. I just downloaded all this bullshit for nothing. I'm outside of yo. No. So I'm assuming that like it's all in one, because I do find it kind of strange that I have to download two separate things that are, I think, doing one thing. But let's keep reading. What I use? Yo, me too. Okay. I use VS Code also has terminals built in. So should I be downloading VS Code instead? Quick checks on my code. Okay. Atom is super bloated. Yes, it's okay. Okay, so I'll need Python either way, but Atom is like once I get comfortable. Well, okay. So maybe because I only downloaded Atom because that's what he's using. So maybe when I get comfortable figuring out what Atom actually does, then I'll be able to convert over to VS Code, because I'm assuming it's easily translated, right? Let's let him push this so I can see exactly what I need to do.
Okay, so Atom is now installed and it's kind of telling us what to do. I'm going to actually just close all these windows, close this window, close everything, and I'm going to create a file. I'm going to say print, in this case, let's see if I can make this.
And the only reason, and I'm not doubting that it's not easier, but like, if he's going to be teaching me, I don't know, like, will it translate? And know what? And that's why you're the real MVP. New file. All right, so let's create it with this dude. He said he's going to make one that says print.
I can make it bigger. So I'm going to type print hello from a file. Okay. And I'm going to save this. I'm going to say file.
Why is he saving that, though? Why? Like, what's the purpose of him saving this? Print hello world from a file. Okay. And he wants to save this.
Save as. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to go to my desktop. And I'm going to make a folder on the desktop. I'm going to call this folder PY4E. So I now have a folder on the desktop. Move this here. I'll move this here.
Definitely not putting that in my desktop. Go fuck
And
yourself.
I'm going to go into PY4E.
Oh wow, they put a lot of stuff.
And
in
then
my
I'm
hard
going to
drive,
name
though.
this file.
Oh, okay. So would it be better to save it on my hard drive? Or, wait, I can save it anywhere. I'm gonna just save it on my secondary storage. That's a terabyte for me to play with. So let's save it on the terabyte. And I guess I'll need to make a path so that it saves all this stuff automatically there as well. Code. All right, keep talking.
First.py.
First.
And you'll notice that when I save this, it
I'm on
syntax
Discord.
highlighted it. That's one of the nice things about a programmer editor. Okay, and so it says, oh, it's got a suffix of .py, so therefore it knows that it's supposed to look pretty with Python and make this one color, make this another color. The other thing that you'll notice is I now have a folder called PY4E.
Okay, hold on. I'll put my Discord in there for you. This is my link tree. This is where you can find my comic book, my other channel, all that good stuff. And my Discord's in there. If you're trying to talk more code, I would I'll add you to the code one. But it's like a bunch of stuff. It's my gaming, coding, and all that stuff. Oh, for sure. Let me pull that for you. I'd look real dumb if I had all this stuff. Yep, there you go. But this is for the identity booth. Hold on, let me open this up. Yeah, this one's only for the identity booth. I need to make one for no, I do not want to open Discord. Continue to Discord. Yeah, because the political one is the other Discord is like super political, and it's like we have a bunch of moving pieces in there. But the Strangers Comic Book Discord is super chill, so I can invite people here. All right, so I got this code. All right, real time code coming. Boom. And I'll join yours after the stream. But there it is. All right, we back in it.
And if I am in this command line, let me just start that up again. I'll show you how to start the command line again. Command. Now, if I do a dir, I see the folders that I'm in, And one of the folders that you can see here is the desktop folder. So I'm going to say cd desktop, and then I'm going to type the dir command to see what folders are in the desktop. These folders are the same as these folders. These things are kind of virtual folders. py for E is py for E. Now I can type cd, which stands for change directory, py for E, and I can do a dir, and now you see first.py, and that's the same as if I'm diving into this folder.
Oh,
here's
snaps.
this file, first.py, Windows hot directory,
Okay,
py
I gotta see this.
for.
So he's basically doing. He's typing to maneuver around the computer. That's kind of mind-numbing. Hold on. All right, let's do. Okay, hold on. Okay, I don't know. How do I get back to? How do you do it? Well, he closed it out. Discord, shut up. I'm trying to learn. You can join both of them, but the strangers is where you'll find the coding stuff. The identity booth is more of like the political show, and my like other stuff. But like the gaming, comic book, and the coding will always be in the strangers comic book. And it's also based on what I can see, my significantly underdeveloped site too. Jeesh. All right. Okay, go back. I want to get a better grasp of this situation real quick, because he was able to basically maneuver using the command prompt to look at the stuff on his desktop, and that right there kind of went over my head.
And you'll notice that when I save this, it syntax highlighted it. That's one of the nice things about a programmer editor. Okay, and so it says, oh, it's got a suffix of .py. So therefore, it knows that it's supposed to look pretty with Python and make this one color, make this another color. The other thing that you'll notice is that I now have a folder called py for E. And if I'm in this command line, let me just start that up again. I'll show you how to start the command line again.
Okay, so he started over.
Command. Now, if I do a dir, I see the folders that I'm in, and one of the folders that you can see.
Let's just go ahead and just close this out, right? Let's just close it out, and then just go command, open it back up, and then he said he did a dir, dir, and it shows me everything. Okay. Okay. And now back here, and then he put in yeah, I'm on Windows right now.
See here is the desktop folder. So I'm going to say cd desktop.
CD desktop. But okay, so I have to find out where I saved it. Maybe I should have followed instructions like everyone else. Yes, that's exactly what I do. But I have to figure out. Southerner, you're right. I have to find out where I've saved it. I know where I saved it, so it's in a separate external hard drive is where I saved it. But I'm assuming he's gonna want me to save it on the computer. And to answer your question, Danny. Okay, so then let's change that. So before we even start doing this, let's just save as again. this is also a great little like tool here because like um someday I want to be able to find the path that I used to get here, right? So let's go to desktop real quick. So like I'm gonna save this to the desktop, but like further down the line when I better understand this, I want to be able to trace this all the way back to my external hard drive. That's the ultimate goal, right? So let's go desktop. This PC, desktop. Let's create a folder for this. Let's call it code. Let's call it Python. Let's call it Python code. One word. And we're gonna call it py. We're gonna save it as a file. All right, yeah, I'm gonna try and follow his directions as much as possible. So no, I appreciate that. Thanks for the support, man. And to answer your question, Danny, are you using the Ubutane subsystem for command line? I'm going to effectively say no to that answer. I am not. I don't know what that is. Can you break that down? Remember, I'm 3 weeks in. So like I'm 3 weeks in and I'm as good as a person. I'm as good as a person who can follow instructions on YouTube. If you gave me step by step on YouTube, I could do it. But I don't know what I'm doing, how I did it, or why I did it. I can just follow instructions. That's all I'm good for right now. So now we're here. So we want to find desktop. So he started to type. I need to turn off the closed caption because it's messing up my visual. So he typed in desktop down here. CD desktop. All right, CD space desktop, and it returned desktop to me.
And then I'm going to type the dir command to see what folders are in the.
Okay, then you hit dir again. It's telling me hit dir again. And now I can see all the files in there, so I'm assuming I'm going to hit CD again.
These folders are the same as these folders. These things are kind of virtual folders. py for E is py for E. Now I can type cd, which stands for change directory, py for E. And I can do a dir, and now you see first.py.
Okay, so cd, what do I call it, Python code. And then I can hit a dir again, he said, and boom.
And that's the same as if I'm diving into this folder. Here's this file, first.py. Windows hides the suffix, which is somewhat annoying and frustrating, but that suffix is there, that file is there. And so for me, one of the things you got to figure out in Windows is how to make sure that you are in the same folder. Users the dir command to see what folders are in the desktop. These folders are the same as these folders. These things are kind of virtual folders. py for E is py for E. Now I can type cd, which stands for change directory, py for E. And I can do a dir, and now you see first.py. And that's the same as if I'm diving into this folder. Here's this file, so first.py.
That didn't work for me. So after I went desktop, I'm here now. So, oh wait, he hit. Let's see what the chat got to say. The command line is just a way of interfacing to the computer. For example, instead of clicking on the file explorer and the right clicking and selecting new folder, naming whatever you want, you also optionally use the command line to mk new name. No, I didn't save it directly file. I saved it to a folder in on the desktop. Let me double confirm that so I make sure I'm not lying to myself. Yeah, I saved it to a folder on. Yeah, I saved it to a folder on there. This is like low key kind of stressful, and not like stressful like it's a lot of moving parts. And when you hit something like a drastic shift in the screen, so let's just look at the list. Here it is. It's right here. Python code is right here. So all I have to do is write that here, right? Python code. Python code. Or even, let's see if cheating's allowed here. Nope, cheating's not allowed. So I gotta hit CD here. Okay. All right, now, okay, so I'm in that folder, which is right here. CD equals change directory. And so anytime I see a file, so in other words, desktop CD to change directory to pick the Python folder. I'm now in the Python folder. PWI print work directly. Print working directly. Where am I right now? That's a mnemonic. Print working directory. Like, and I don't know if you guys can see my screen. Maybe I should make this bigger. Hold on. Let me make this bigger so you guys can see where I'm at. Yeah, we don't need all of this space. All right. That's hilarious. All right, so if y'all can see the bottom line, like that, I'm right there. So like now, like my screen looks like his screen. So I'm gonna just push on with what he's doing. I'm in the folder. Drop a bomb. We celebrate over everything. Get hype. We get hype over the littlest things. That's how we stay motivated in this treacherous world we live in. All right, so let's see what he has to say.
And now you see first.py, and that's the same as if I'm diving into this folder. Here's this file, first.py. Windows hides the suffix, which is somewhat annoying and frustrating, but that suffix is there, that file is there. And so for me, one of the things you got to figure out in Windows is how to make sure that you are in the same folder, users, Dr. Chuck, desktop, Pi4E, and that's the name of this file, and here as well. And now I'm going to run this program. I'm going to type Python first.py. And you see that it ran.
Okay. Let me move this down some. So he said, okay, so if I'm in the right spot, all he did was run Python first PE, and I saved it exactly like he did. Why come he didn't put the CD? Is he not changing directories? Or is it because he knows what files he in right now? Change a directory only happens whenever you literally have to change places. Since he's not going anywhere, he doesn't need to change the directory. Is my thought process right on this? Python. Danny, I feel like I'm making Danny proud right now by having the ability to find that out, but at the same time, first PY. All right. I did not want to hit enter right away. The hello world popped up. The hello world popped up. The hello world just popped up. Yo. Oh, wait a minute. A light bulb just went off. The hello world just popped up. We dropping bombs off of that. Yeah. So the thing that I always like try and conflate to is like I use my mouse and keyboard to type. I can hit tab like 50 times to get stuff to do, everything. But what this just did for me was show me how the pathway. It's like pulling back the mask and seeing the gears work. Like you see the ice cream machine, you hit the button, ice cream comes out. But this right here is showing you how the ice cream got to your cup on the outside. Like this is like it. This is like it. All right, let's go with the next step.
And the Python code. Okay. Another way you can do this is you can type first.py. And that's because this file association has happened in Windows. This doesn't work in Macintosh. This only works in Windows. That all files with .py are expected to be Python, and it knows the Python interpreter where to run it. Okay? And so I've got Python 3.0 installed, and that gets me started. And so I hope that this little introduction about getting things started and writing your first Python program has been helpful to you.
Let's give it okay. First and foremost, I need to shrink this down. I will take if you get help from a website, like the video and leave a comment. I'm gonna leave a comment, and you guys should go leave one underneath it. I made Danny proud today. I made Danny proud today. Thanks for your help. Without any context, without any reason, help the algorithm. Tears of joy. I love it. I love to see it. All right. So that was the first one. Okay. And this is just me being like, so I have this code here. And that's the comment down there. I commented on my other page. But yeah, there's the comment down there. Definitely go check it out and let them know we appreciate him. So now, but he kind of left me high and dry. But we can actually go back to the lessons, because that was the first lesson. Okay, so the installing in Macintosh. Everyone, we're gonna redo every single one that we missed. So we'll just speed past all of these. This one is memory. There wasn't an assignment for this one, so we'll speed past this one too. Next. Was there a lesson in front of this one? So I'll put the command prompt down here. There was no lesson here, but print X will make you print 6. I've already watched all of these, so don't think I'm cheating the system. And my promise to these lovely people for teaching me is, once this channel is affiliated, I will give some amount of anything that I get in my subs or anything I get given in my Patreon or whatever. If you guys give me anything in the Patreon today, I will, or PayPal's or Streamlabs, I'll give some of that because they're teaching me the shit for free. So that's my commitment to this website. It's an easy gesture. You pay for quality shit. It's easy. Unless you're broke. I don't want anybody's money if they're broke. If you got bills and shit to do, this shit is free for y'all. Like, I just like making content. I like learning stuff and watching people be excited about me learning stuff. So you don't have to donate anything to me. Yeah, this one was 44. I remember this one. But then there was there was assignments underneath it. This one doesn't have an assignment either. So I haven't missed much. Okay, cool. All right, here we go. Here's the first one. And this was the assignment. Okay. And this is the part that kind of upset me. Because as you can see right now, he switched over to a Mac, iOS. He's like on an Apple computer. He started off on Windows. So I was kind of pissed off about that because I was like, now this doesn't make sense to me. But I have Danny. I got Frozen DF. I got Southerner with me. I cannot be defeated. I cannot be defeated. So we'll give it a swing. Let's start from the beginning.
So hello. Welcome to Python for Everybody. I'm Charles Severance, your instructor. In this assignment, in this video, I want to work through exercise 2.2. And it's just a basic hello world. And so I'm going to show you how I want you to do these things. And I've got this folder called Python for Everybody. And I'm going to use the Atom text editor. So the whole thing is it's supposed to say, hello, enter your name. There's the last one we did. Okay, so I'm going to make in Python for Everybody, I'm going to make a new folder. And I'm going to say EX0202. Make myself an exercise. And I'm going to create a new file. And I'm going to say print hello. And I'm going to say file,
Can someone
save
explain to me
as.
what Atom does? What does Atom do? I'm going to get some water. And because as it stands right now, he just rewrote. Like when we said hello world and it came back, why come like that was it? Like, we got to talk about that because that's now bothering me. Hold on. All right, we back at it. Danny's been busy in the chat. What's up, Danny? Atom is an integrated development environment. It's like the Microsoft Word of programming. That's a beautiful analogy. Clap it up for that. That's beautiful. This truly is beautiful. Hey, Admiral Entropy, what's good? Thanks for joining, Admiral. That's a cool last name. Admiral Entropy. Admiral Entropy, we're learning about programming. I'm learning because Danny's a fucking whiz, apparently. And my boy Southerner has been out here killing it. But we're learning about IDEs. And that's integral develop. What did you call it? Integral developmental environments. And it's the Microsoft words. I'm literally stealing this from Danny right now. It's the Microsoft words of programming. But anyway, there are lots of IDEs out there to choose from. Atom is one of them. As a Visual Studio Code, left link in your Discord to download this. By the way, left a link in your Discord to download this. Okay. Thank you so much for that, Danny. And okay, so, and maybe it would benefit me to first watch this, hear him out, and then try and like piece together what he wants me to do. Because I have you guys here, so like stopping and going just doesn't make it a smooth transition. So let's just hear this fully out. And we can go. I don't know. Let's see the playback.
It's important to get these in the right folder, and so I'm going to call this exo2.py. Always end these in Python because then you get the syntax highlighting. Okay, so now, again, you're not going to like this, but I want you to learn to execute these things using the tool, the real tools that we're going to really use. Because when you're applying this, I want you to know how to actually do real work. So I need to get to the point where this terminal program, and I could say start run terminal. That's another way to get the terminal program started, but I've got her down here in my docs, so that saves me some time. And of course, if you're on Windows, this is the command prompt. And so in Windows, you'd type CD, but in Mac, I type PWD, and that shows where I am at in the directory structure.
That was
and I can go into my desktop.
That was what you were typing earlier. I said I wasn't going to stop this, but I do have a question. He keeps making reference to, I know you don't like doing this, but it's better to learn it this way. Is he being one of those type of teachers who would say shit like, you're not always going to have a calculator in your pocket? You're right. I'm going to have a supercomputer in my pocket. Is he creating extra work for me just to make sure I do it right? Or is this a legitimate step? Or should I just stop being a baby?
Top. This would work the same. And I can do an ls. In Windows, I would say dir. And I see this desktop folder. And I'm going to go into py4e. And if I keep doing PWD, you see I'm navigating deeper and deeper into this directory structure.
Right, Admiral.
And then I do an ls here. And I'm going to cd one more time and to a folder. Oh, I did that really quick and didn't tell you what I was doing. cd ex tab. So that's because...
And it's amazing. What's really amazing is that I now understand what he's doing, even though he's doing it in a different, not a different language, but for a different system. He used window at first, but he simply switched over certain things. The PWD is really CD, and he's just tracing the file again. He's just tracing back to where the file is that he just saved. Oh.
Because if the name of the file or folder is unique.
Oh, it is different. PWD is different than CD? Okay. Okay, so there's a PWD can also be used in Windows terminals or the command prompt. They're not unique to their own terminals. Okay, exactly. So Admiral gets where I'm coming from. Admiral gets where I'm coming from. PW is what you run when you want to see where you are in the file system. Okay. All right. All right, but there's no PWE for this. So, so why am I doing this? Maybe I should skip this challenge because it's on Windows. I mean, it's not on Windows. I won't be able to duplicate what he's doing right now. Is that true also? Oh. All right, keep going.
You can hit the tab in the command line, and away we go. And so now we're in this folder, in the users folder, Pi for E, desktop, PY for E, EX0202. And then if I say LS, and that's what you want to get to. You want to get to where you know where you're at in the folder structure and you know the file that you're going to run. And I've saved this, and so if I say Python 3 ex02.py, it runs. And now I know that what I'm doing in this screen can be run in this screen. And oh, I did that again. I hit the up arrow and I can run it again. So you'll find that the way you write these programs is you write them here and then write them here and run them here. And again, there are shortcuts and those are crutches and you might like them, but I just want you to learn how to use your computer while that you're going to run. And I've saved this, and so if I say CD one more time and if to a folder, oh, I did that really quick and didn't tell you what I was doing. CD EX tab. So that's because if the name of the file or folder is unique, you can hit the tab in the command line, and away we go. And so now we're in this folder, in the users folder, Pi for E, desktop, PY for E, EX0202. And then if I say LS, and that's what you want to get to. You want to get to where you know where you're at in the folder structure and you know the file that you're going to run. And I've saved this, and so if I say Python 3 ex02.py, it runs. And now I know that what I'm doing in this screen can be run in this screen. And oh, I did that again.
Okay. So he did all of this work so that it reflects each other. So does that mean once he gets to this point, he can stop going back and forth and just work from one screen? And if he is working from one screen, which screen is preferred? What y'all think? Strange Gang, talk to me. Okay. All right. But he just said that's a crutch. He just said that's a crutch. Is that true then? Like, okay, and maybe he's talking about a different crutch. But like, is the fact that I can run it in one system better? Am I better off? Will I be hindered in my learning process? Because if this is if there's like a rite of passage, I at least want to be able to say like I want to be able to know how to do it one way versus the other. Oh, but it's all in one place. So it's still a terminal. Okay, I get what you're saying. I give you my word, Danny. If you're back for another stream, by the time you get back for the next stream, it'll be downloaded.
Let's hit the up arrow and I can run it again. So you'll find that the way you write these programs is you write them here and then write them here and run them here. And again, there are shortcuts and those are crutches and you might like them, but I just want you to learn how to use your computer like a real person uses the computer, because that's when we start dealing with databases and files, and you're going to want to know where you're at on your computer. And so if there's some fancy clicky button thing that says automatically run Python, That's convenient, but I want you to know all this stuff. Okay, enough about how, well, probably I'll just keep talking about that all the time. So, now that we've got our problem, write a program that uses input to prompt for their username and welcomes them. So this is pretty simple. Go back to Adam. Come on, Adam. Okay, so we have to have a variable, NZT. Later we'll talk about choosing variable names. Right now I'm going to...
Why the hell did he just pick NZT? Oh, Danny, for sure. How long are you going to be up? Are you going to be up for a little bit? Oh, shit, it's already 11 o'clock? How long have I been streaming? I've been streaming for 2 hours? The fuck? Hey, Danny, I was about to say the same thing. That is an ugly-ass name. That is an ugly-ass terminal. Screw this. Hey, let's jump on Discord real quick. Time does fly when you're coding, man, and I've had so much fun. Hold on. Let me pop open my... Now I'm like, I have to make a new window because... Alright, let me first and foremost, let me get to the Discord and find this. Let's go... what do we want to do? Shit. Like... Alright, we'll play this out. And we'll come back
choose
to
a crazy variable name.
Tomorrow, but we're gonna hear
Input is a function, and then you put a prompt. And that's supposed to be enter your name, colon. And I'm going to put a space in there. So I'm going to save that and just run it for yucks. And there you go. That's one thing you'll get used to, is just typing gibberish really quick. And then we're going to say print. What do we got to say here? Print hello.
Side of town. Lit. All right, let's get into the Discord real quick.
And go pull that variable back out. Save that. Command S is how I'm saving that. Save Command S. I saved it. So I didn't make file save, but I could have said file save. But
did you want to be
Command
on the stream,
S saves it.
Are you okay with me?
And now I can run it again.
On the stream, or did you not
Zap.
On the stream? I don't
Hello,
have
Zap.
The windows or the overlays.
Now I can run my thing. Oh, and Command K clears it. I don't remember what it is on Windows, but there's a way to clear your screen. I like to keep my screens clean.
Yeah, I'll better
Hello,
set
Chuck.
up the stream next time.
And so we have completed
Are you okay with it?
exercise
All right, let's
2.2.
Let's roll with it. Let's roll with it. Let's roll with it. Okay. I'm on your side of town. Lit. Shout out to you guys, man. This is the most people I've ever had on this channel, which is kind of surreal. Because, like, I really do be doing gibberish on this channel. But thanks to you guys, I might be actually upholding my promise a lot sooner than later. All right, cool. We in here. Ooh, there's a lot of new stuff going on. All right, I'm gonna create this little stream room for us. Let's see, Danny's already made it down. He already in here. Swimwear. Obviously, you won't be able to see my picture, but what we can do is, can you hear me? I'm on mute. So then I need to be able to sync your voice. So you don't have to be on camera. You don't want to, Dan. But at least now, can I unmute this real quick? Thanks. All right, so that's good. That's
Hello.
good. Hey, what's up?
Hey, man.
Good, good. Can you hear me?
I sure can.
All right, excellent. Hey, I appreciate you wanting to help me because I did not know I had been on stream for 2 hours. I felt like I just had dinner like 30 minutes ago, and I was just going through the motions with this. So let me make sure the chat can hear you at least. Can you say something real quick?
Something real quick.
All right, cool. I got you in the sound bar. So you're already many linked. My favorite sound bar. What is it? Voice meter. Potato. That stuff is amazing. It's a great tool for when you're multi-streaming on different places. All right, so break it down to me. I feel like you've been watching the stream long enough, so you probably can see like the places of my frustration because there's parts of me that feel like things come on new, like they should have a certain nuance to it, but they keep escaping me. Um, I do appreciate you sending me that link, so let me download that stuff real quick.
Yeah, totally understand the frustration. This is a whole new thing to learn from the ground up, and you're doing it on Windows too, which is not super kind for things like Python. So
Oh, word.
you got a
Dang.
you got a double whammy there.
Damn. Starting behind the eight ball again. Shit. All right. So how
That's all
long
right.
have you been coding? Is this something like you just picked up, or like, do you like have a degree for it and everything? Like, what's your background?
Yeah, so I went to school for engineering, and it was electrical engineering, so more of like a hardware base. But
Okay.
as you said, everything these days is turning into more of like a coding and digital realm. So even though
Absolutely.
my background is in like hardware and electrical engineering, I actually do more programming on a day-to-day basis these days. So I work with Python pretty often, and I gotta say, like of all the languages to pick, you definitely picked, I think, the best one. It is so versatile, and like the constructs of the language are
Okay.
pretty forgiving too. So there's just so much you can do with this. It's really incredible.
All right. All right. All right. So for me, then I think the easiest thing to do is because you can still see my stream, so I'll just make some windows that will put at least put up the translation part that I'm gonna have here is just maneuvering through the command prompts and figuring out what each one of them does and like what's the valued importance of having them, if that makes sense. Like I look at things from a medical standpoint. So if it doesn't serve an immediate purpose, it shouldn't be in the way of your purpose, if that makes sense.
Minimalistic. I like it.
Yes. Yes. So I have the command prompt back on the screen, and I'm gonna make a uh, quick little window for the atom, and then we'll be able to play back and forth. So just feel free to. I'm literally. I'm all ears. I'm tuned in. I know this is my stream, but I'm listening to you. So what you got for me?
Yeah, so I am, and this is the reason I pushed it so much, is I'm most familiar with Visual Studio Code because I use it
Oh
every
yes. Oh
single
yeah. Let
day.
me download that
Yeah.
too. Hey, thanks for following, Crest. Oh my goodness, this name about to have me biting my tongue. Puffin, Crested Puffin. I don't even want to know the backstory behind that. What trouble did you get in to get that name? All right, do you put it in the general group or welcome? Where'd you put it? Where'd you put it? Where'd you put it? Where'd you put it?
Put
If
it
you
in the
just
live chat.
the live chat. Okay, let me grab this real quick. I'm on your side of town, feeling it, feeling it, feeling it. Don't you fail me now, computer. Don't you dare. Here we go. Okay, Visual Studio. All right, Windows. Oh man, this does look a little bit more aesthetically pleasing off top.
Yeah, the color schemes, the highlighting,
Yeah, just off
it's
top,
nice.
it looks aesthetically pleasing. You are not lying. All right, let's go with it. I had to sell a kidney. That is hilarious. Well, I work in transplants, so if you ever need one or you need to get a cheaper price on your dialysis, hit me up. I got you, bro. That's what a follow will get you in this group. The Strange Gang will do a little bit of funny things for some change, man. I had to accept the agreement. All right, cool. All right, so while this is downloading, do I want to create a shortcut menu? Sure. Uh, okay, so I'm setting this up like, and me and Southerner, we figured out the hard way that if you don't set this up right in the beginning, it's gonna haunt you forever. So I have it add a pathway. You know that this is a superior software when it already comes pre-clicked with the things that need to be clicked. It already has the pathway clicked. Open with code action window explorer dictionary. I feel like that's a no for me. Add open with code action window explorer file context menu. What do you think?
Are you sharing the VS Code window? I'm not sure I
No.
see that one.
Oh no, I
I
haven't.
see. Okay.
No. I'm just reading out the options to you.
Oh man. Can you read them one more time?
It was just add. Like it's asking you like select additional tasks you would like to set up to perform while installing Visual Studio Code. Then click. Let me see if I can put it up on screen if it's a lot easier. Let me go random because, and you guys have to chat. You have to forgive me because normally I'd like to have all of my stuff made out in advance, but this is a lot of new stuff that was thrown out. I didn't think I was gonna have to download 3 things live on chat the stream today. And good on you, internet, for not crapping the bed today. Good on you. Because normally, when everyone's up in the house right now like they are, all my internet is gone. So we have VS Code. There we go. Okay, cool. You should be able to see what I'm looking at now. On the screen.
Yeah, just giving it a sec because of the delay.
Yeah, it's about. I think I have mine on a basic 15 seconds. No, that's a good name. It's a good name. Crested Puffin. That's a great name, actually. Oh, his son woke up. My bad. I was being too. We was dropping too many dynamites. You feel me?
Those all seem reasonable to me.
Oh, that seems reasonable.
Unless you like don't want the desktop icon, but the other ones I think I'd check. Even if you don't use them, they're good to have.
I mean, if for me, it's like these are things that I can undo. So I just want the pathway one for sure because I know that was literally 20 minutes of the whole entire stream, trying to figure out how to get the Python C prompt to actually configure, which was weird to me. Like, if you know we need it, why not have it just automatically kick in? No, I'm happy. I'm happy everybody's weekend's doing good, man. I hope everybody's week was kind of stress free. Hope you guys are staying safe out there. But y'all could be anywhere in the world, and 80 y'all decided to kick it with me. One of them is my mom. Hello, mother. I know you're lurking. Your son has made friends now, and we're continuing to push forward in this goal. One of my goals for this year was to actually get my first gig as a computer programmer or as some type of computer technology based information. So. She says she wants to see me through that journey, so I got her to download Twitch, and she watches me. So y'all say what's up to moms, the strange mom, stranger's mom. Say hello to a stranger's mom. All right, cool. We're in here. All right, let me create this now. I'm on your side of town. What do we want to do here? I need to create the random one. So let's make the random one the new VS visual for us. Nope, that's VLC. Let's make it the new visual. She is really awesome. Like she doesn't know how to open up a PDF or anything like that, but like I will say this, like the effort that she puts to try and stay part of her children's lives as we continue to grow up and be these adults that she's watched us become is commendable. It's definitely commendable. Okay, I don't know what this file is called because it won't let me share the screen of it. What would you call this? That's Chrome. That's Chrome. That's Atom. Okay, so I have Atom there, but I don't want Atom. Oh, Visual Studio. Here we go. All right, cool. I got Visual Studio on the screen, and it's covering up everything. So we'll put this here. And like I said, forgive me, guys. Like normally, I would like have these all sized up and not interacting with each other, but for the meantime and in between time, just bear with me with stuff being in random corners for now. Dan, you still there?
I'm still here.
All right, so I got Visual downloaded. Sorry for the delay.
No problem. All right. Cool. I can see it. Yeah. First things first. I'd say go to terminal, and then hit new terminal, and then boom. There's your terminal built in.
Okay. Oh, okay. So it's at the bottom. It's right there.
It's right there. Yep. And this one I think is more like a Linux or Mac OS terminal, which is a little bit better to learn on. So, I don't know if are you familiar with a Raspberry Pi? Have you ever heard of that?
I've heard of it, but I've only heard of it from the stance of like video games. Like I had a Raspberry Pi in college that had every video game I played in arcades that stole my money for years. But that's the only reason why I know it.
Yeah, a Raspberry Pi is basically just a microcomputer. It's just a really, really tiny computer, and it's built on an open source kernel, which is like every operating system, under the hood, it's like the engine of the operating system. So Windows has so the Windows operating system has its own kernel, which is proprietary. But the Mac operating system is built on top of a kernel, which is also proprietary, but it was originally made from it was like forked from the Linux kernel. So that's why Mac and Linux are close. And that's why that video you were watching that the instructor he was developing and instructing on a Mac because it's much closer to it's just a much nicer development environment for interpreted languages. But anyways, if you ever get a Raspberry Pi sometime, little microcomputer, it's really cool. You can do any kind of like little project you want. I made an automatic fish feeder with one. Like I 3D printed a little auger and I controlled it. I used the Raspberry Pi to drive the auger and feed the fish automatically. I made like an automatic watering system for some plants in a little garden. Like you can do all kinds of stuff with it.
Dan, you're a legend, is what I'm hearing. That's all I'm hearing is that you're a legend, and like you on some Watchdog stuff. Like you can have my stream, man. You don't gotta take everything from me. Like that's legendary. So you casually. I'm gonna brag on that real quick. You casually out here making 3D printed objects to help your purpose in your programming and understanding how to program. Like that's amazing.
I just love electronics, and seeing your passion too definitely gets me fired up again. So, good on you for that. And like learning anything new, it is very uncomfortable, but all this discomfort just leads to growth. So, excited to see you push through it and willing to help you there. Yeah. All right. So we got our terminal. Oh, interesting. It says Windows PowerShell. Okay. All right. So, the Windows PowerShell isn't quite the same terminal as like Mac or Linux, but it is closer. Like I think you should have PWD for print working directory, CD for change directory. A lot of those same types of things you should have. So it's going to be a little bit better at least. I can give you some alternatives later, like off stream for other things we can do. But for right now, I think this is a good path forward.
Okay.
So just like you did with Atom, why don't we go to like new and then file and just create a new file and name it whatever you want, just .py at the end.
Okay, so I'm gonna just call this example 1 dot py. Wait, hold on. Is that where you wanted it to be?
Yeah, seeing the delay now. So it looks like example1.py is the first line of the file, but if you hit Control S,
Mm-hmm.
um, you should be able to enter
Oh,
whatever
make my own file.
name you
Okay,
want
there it
there.
is. All right, and you want this in the same place with that code file?
Yeah, wherever you want it. Makes sense to keep things in one
All
centralized
right, so we'll
location.
put this back in the Python code. All right, so we got it. Example one is saved. There we go. All right, cool. Go beyond your syntax. All right. So we had a few things pop up, but that's also good news. Oh wait, can't do that.
So I didn't see all the things that popped up, but I'm wondering if one of them was related to a syntax highlighting plugin.
Yeah,
And
syntax
this is
highlighting.
something that, yeah, okay, this is something that was mentioned in the video you were watching too, and I wanted to explain kind of what that means. Are you familiar with the term syntax at all?
Negative. You should treat. You should feel very don't like you. I get it. I have multiple degrees, but when I don't know something, I say I don't know it. So feel free to explain everything like I was 5 because I
Hey, no
really
worries.
cool. Okay, because I picked
So,
this all
so
up. No smoke, no book, no nothing. Just said fuck it. Let's do it.
yeah. So basically, a programming language is defined by its syntax. So like when you write Python, you have to conform to the syntax requirements for that language. And so I think an equivalent would be in the English language when you have to use a comma or an apostrophe, or you have to capitalize a proper noun or put a period at the end of the sentence. Those are syntax rules for the English language. Programming languages have the exact same thing.
Oh, is this
And
like the
some
variable and the consistence and the things like that?
kind of like that. It's
Okay,
like if you open a parentheses, you have to close the parentheses.
for
If you just
sure.
leave the open parentheses and then
Yeah.
try to run the program, it's going to give you a syntax error and say, hey,
Okay.
you didn't close that parentheses.
Okay.
That is
Okay. Okay.
not conforming to the constructs of the language.
Okay.
So, yeah. Syntax highlighting is a package there's a multiple that you can download. And what it does is it just highlights certain things so that it's easier to kind of just look at the program and see, like, oh, what is formatted as a string or an integer
Oh, okay.
or
So I would definitely
something
need
like that.
this. I would definitely need this.
Yeah, it makes the experience so much easier rather than writing an entire program and it's just, white text on a black background. It's going to be kind of hard to understand it. But with syntax highlighting, especially after you write more and more and more, you'll be able to just look at it and just understand, like, boom, okay, so that is, that is a dictionary, that is a, whatever.
Okay, okay.
So
So this is
definitely recommend
installing.
installing that.
So this is
Hmm.
installing here. So we'll let that run its course. I'm assuming this bar moving in my top left corner is indication that it's actually installing, and it also says it down there. So, um, shout out to Art. What up, Art? My roommate's in here from college back in the day. What up, Art? How was your birthday yesterday? All right, so we got that installing, so it'll help me change color. And I also noticed that was something super useful. When I first joined Code Academy, that was sort of like I went with the very basic route of learning CSS, and CSS had a really good aesthetic color scheme that made things very clear to me that like IDs and classes all had their own colors. So the moment I started typing, I knew I was in the right area that I needed to be in, or I was writing the right line to be involved in it. Install Python.
Yeah, that's same deal, syntax highlighting. So you should get that here, and that'll definitely help. You may have to relaunch or like close the file and reopen it to get it.
Run do you know? Okay, so if you can see my screen, the Python extension requires Python to install Python for Microsoft. Wait, I already have Python installed.
You might be able to do interesting. If you don't have Python installed, you can install it. Maybe select a Python interpreter.
Yeah, maybe. Oh wait, I can click multiples. All right.
Yeah, I don't know if you already have it. It should detect
I
it.
have Python already on it, but it's
I gotta
already.
tell you, I grew up on Windows. So I use Windows basically every day of my life. I wrote multiple Python programs on Windows, but this was years and years and years ago. For the past few years, I've used nothing but Linux and Mac OS. Once
And,
you get used to the command line, you actually prefer it. It's fast. It's so much faster.
and this is like sort of like the growing pain of like learning anything is like, especially if you don't have the right equipment right away. So let's just go here because I know for a fact I have it, so I don't want to waste time on this. Like, just give me an option. Mark is all done. Boom. Okay, cool. Okay, but did it change my? Okay, it gave me something before this wasn't here. So now,
Something you can do is down on the terminal, you can
mhm.
click there and you can type Python space -v, I think it is, for version, and it should respond with the version of Python that you have installed. And
Python
if it doesn't,
space 3.
Python space
Mm-hmm.
hyphen v, and no space between the hyphen and the v.
V. Wait, hold on. I don't know what the hell a hyphen is then.
So yeah, just it's the minus sign.
Ah, nothing happened. But it is changing colors, so I feel like it is working the way we wanted it to. Oh, whoa.
You're gonna want a space between Python and the -v.
So so I want to do it again. I was sitting here trying to click on the old one. I can't click on the old one. Space V.
Yep,
Oh,
-v or -- version. I think either of them should work.
the term Python is not recognized as a name in the violent function scripts files.
Okay.
Hey, thanks for the follow, Nick. Thanks for joining the stream. You are currently. Oh wait, Southerner says we have. I should spell out the whole word version with double dash. All right, let's give it a
I'm
try.
not sure. Yeah, we can give it a try. I'm not sure it's going to result in anything better. We can fix this offline, and in the
Sure.
meantime, we can go back to the existing terminal that you're using, and we can still use VS Code as the IDE. So we can still use it to write the program, and then just run it from the other terminal
All right,
until we
cool.
can get this terminal straightened out.
All right, so I'm back in the main one.
All right, so let's go. Yeah, let's just change the text in example1.py, and we'll just do the same thing we did before, where it's print, open parentheses, and then you add the quotes, and you just put in a string.
Hello.
Oh, sorry.
Oh wait, so I forgot my print. Oh wait, it automatically shows me the words for it. That's interesting. And it also, ooh, Danny, I know you seeing this right now. I know you seeing this shit work right here.
Oh, I got a few seconds to catch up, but the suspense is building.
I know y'all seeing this right now. It's automatically filling. So the part we just installed is actually working. That's nice. So, hello world. All right, so we have that.
Oh, that must have been from the plugin that you installed.
Yes,
Yeah,
this
it's
is
gonna
yeah.
help.
Oh
Yeah,
yeah,
nice.
much better already. Much better already.
All right. Yeah, so go ahead and save that bad boy, and then try running it from the other terminal.
All right, and it's okay. So I just hit Control S. Now, when you say running from the other terminal, I have to find it, correct? So I
Yeah,
should
if you put put this in the same directory, which it looks like you did, Python code, I think that was the directory you were in before, you
Mm-hmm.
should be able to, in the other terminal, if you're still in that same directory, just run Python and then example1.py. It should work.
Okay, so okay, moment of truth, Python. You said, and what I saved it as, which was so space example one dot py.
Actually, something we can do first
Mhm.
is before you enter that, you can kind of clear that line, and a way
Sure.
you can check to see if it's in that directory is you can use ls
ls and just hit enter.
and just hit enter, and it should show you all the files and directories in your current directory.
That's okay. Desktop's here, so it should be in here because it's saved to the desktop.
Oh, okay. All right, I see what you're doing on stream now. Yeah, so you're in the VS Code terminal, and the issue we're having with this right now, and by the way, programming is nothing but tons of little annoying things like this. So, yeah, it gets a little better once it's all set up. But what I was saying is, let's go back to the terminal that you had open before when you first ran the Hello World, and you were following that YouTube video.
Yeah.
Let's use that terminal. So this terminal we can actually close. There's a little X to the right in VS Code where you can just close the terminal, and we can still use VS Code to write the program. But I'm just saying we're going to run it from the original terminal.
Okay. I got the new terminal, the original one.
So if you didn't close it before, then you should be able to just ls in there and see the new file.
ls. ls is not recognized. Uh-oh.
Oh dear.
Uh-oh.
I wonder what the Windows equivalent of ls is.
Would it be the C? Okay, chat. Hey, Icon, what's up? Icon, what is the equivalent of ls when you're using Windows? It's direct. Admiral's saying it's direct.
dir. Yep, looks like dir is the one you want.
Okay. This is great. Look at us. Look at us, chat. Look at us. Clap it up for the chat right now. Yeah. Look at us. We're something beautiful. Okay, I hit dir, but I don't know if it actually works. Oh, by the way, Icon runs a great stream. I was in this stream earlier today. It was really fun watching him set up. I was giving him a hard time about him not having all his stuff set up, but then he comes here and sees that I have none of my stuff set up. So I will gladly take that L right now. So this is the one only chance, Icon. Get it out while you can. All right, and we are back at it. So I have the terminal. I have my directions, but when I hit dir, what did it give me? It just gave me a whole bunch of stuff, and that's one thing that's really like off-putting. It moves so fast. I don't know what happened. Okay, so I see the directory of C. This is my stuff and the path code, but it's still in Python code. Okay, so right now I'm in the file. I'm in the file that has the code that I want to express right
now. So first of all, it's a little hard to see the terminal. It's a little compressed on stream right now.
Hold on. Yeah, like I said, I can push this up real quick, and then I can give me a second. I can get the command prompt up here, and get some space up here. If this is a little bit better, let me know. Admiral, thanks for that too. I appreciate all of you guys jumping in. PowerShell. Arthur asked the question in chat. So PowerShell is similar to Linux?
So Windows has, and I am by no means a Windows expert because I use Mac and Linux every day, but Windows has a couple different terminal options. They have their plain old terminal, which has like its own set of commands.
Sure.
And then there's the Windows PowerShell, which is a little bit closer to the Linux terminal, but it's not the same. However, Windows did recently, I think it was last year even, in the store, they published something called the I think it's the Windows Subsystem for Linux, WSL, if I'm remembering correctly. So basically, that's a subsystem that you can download on a Windows machine, and you can get a Linux-like terminal. And I've tested it a little bit, and it's phenomenal. It's really, really, really good. So that's actually what I was going to help you set up off stream.
Cool.
is that. And then we can use cd, ls, pwd. Like we can use all
Any
the,
okay.
regular
So it's
bash
like we get
commands.
the thesaurus of computer programming, so we can intertwine all of this language and not be stuck.
Exactly. Yeah, it's
Okay.
a little bit easier to develop on, I think, but we can work with this right now, especially with chat's help because they're being so awesome.
No, absolutely. Strange Gang is always in it. So I have okay, so now I have the directory and I see the folder exactly where this code from Virtual Studio we just saved. So are you able to see the screen and you're up to date with it?
I can see it, yeah, and there's our file right there,
Mhm.
example1.py. So beautiful. Yeah, you should be able to run Python space example1.py just like we did before,
Okay, so
and that
let's
should do it.
all right, so let's give it a try. All right, moment of truth chat. Let's see if this 3 hour escapade was everything we wanted it to be and more. Py. It says hello world. It says, oh yeah, it says it.
Oh yeah, and if you go ahead and run the
Success!
other one,
Success, baby.
very nice.
All right, so and this is ultimately like, and this is just for my understanding. This is ultimately me just behind the scenes, dragging my mouse and clicking on it, double clicking on it again, opening it up, and just having it present itself. I'm just doing it from behind the screen. Is that a fair
Um,
assessment of it?
Kind of, sort of. So you're not actually displaying the contents of the file, you're running the program. And the program's entire job is just, at this point, we can make it do more things later, but its entire job right now is just to print out hello world. If you want to see the contents of the file, there are commands you can run to do that, where you can display the contents of the file in the command line.
Mm-hmm.
Cat is one of them. CAT in Linux. I highly doubt that'll work in Windows. But you could try doing cat and then the space and then the file name. In the meantime, I'll see if I can Google the equivalent for Windows because it's probably not going to work.
All right, so and I'm doing this in my command prompt, right?
You got it.
All right, cat space example. Oh wait, I'm spelling shit all wrong. Example 1. Oh man, I'm terrified right now because what if it like tells me something like, man, what the hell you thought this was? We ain't doing that shit for you.
I got it.
Oh,
It's type.
it's type. Okay, so
Type.
let's go type
TYPE space.
space example 1 pot what the hell py. Oh yeah, it is. It is. So there is sort of like a conversion for everything. And Admiral, how the hell do you know all of these things so quickly? You know what? I'm being totally rude because Icon, you bring up a great point. I haven't talked to him offline, so I didn't want to disclose too much information about this wonderful tutor, but he's definitely in the chat as Danny, introduce yourself if you want to, my man, because you've definitely been helping me in the stream for the last hour.
Oh yeah, no problem. Hey guys, my name is Dan or Danny. You could call me. That's totally fine. I work professionally as an engineer, and I just love technology. And more than that, I think I love seeing people want to get passionate about this stuff and grow. And so that's definitely why I'm here and why I will continue to be here because, uh, I'm excited for you, man, and I want to see you get that tech job. I want to help you get there.
Yeah, clap it up, baby. He got it, baby. The boy Dan the man. He in here. We excited. We amped. All right. So, oh, Metal Gear is back. That's great. I thought that icon button was broken. That warms my heart that that's working again. But Icon has a Discord and he has a group and like his whole stream was similar to that where he was. They're just. I mean, they just seem so. You guys just seem so like in tune with everything. I just want that level of understanding. I want that level of like understanding to then be able to apply these other passions I have to use computers to fix them. All right, cool. So where we at now? So we got this to run. We got this to work. the way we wanted it to. The second thing he wanted to do was add something to then ask hello world to it. So now that we have the studio working, shout out to 15 of 3. 15 of 3. Do I want to know what that really means? Y'all names be really scaring me. 15 of 3. Or is that like, I don't know. But welcome to the stream. Thanks for being here. 15 of 3. Your name terrified me a little bit. All right, Dan. All right, Dan, where we at right now? So we got this to work. We got this to show over. Like, as far as Virtual Studio is concerned, is there anything else I should be changing or trying to get set up? I know there's some stuff I want to set up offline, but definitely happy to get this part. So I'm happy to have made it this far.
Yeah, I think you're in a good spot right now. If you want, we can try doing the second, what the second video had, which I think was enter an input and then basically just display that input. I don't know if you've done that one yet.
No.
All right.
Let's go for it. All right. So is this a whole nother situation where I got to save something else, or do I keep it all here?
I say you could just work off the existing file.
Okay. All right. So what's okay. So before we actually even do it, what are we trying to do?
So we are trying to use the input function, which is built into Python. Okay. And what you do is you basically just say, you create a variable. And I remember in the video, he named it NZT, which is, I think, a terrible variable name.
That was the most horrific. As soon as I saw that, you saw how quickly I got to play. I was like, hey, y'all, we're going to take a break. We're going to take a break.
What does that mean?
What does that mean? All this complicated bullshit, and you threw NZT. Isn't that the name of Elon Musk kid? Isn't that the name that he gave him? It's like, it sounds like an Aramaic code.
His name's like X Archangel 11 or something like that.
Yeah.
With some strange non-English characters.
Yeah, let's keep it simple.
Yeah, so let's create a variable, sure. And let's call it user underscore input.
Now, okay, and this is a part where I need am I talking on VS or am I talking on command prompt?
Visual Studio Code. So okay. we're going to be back in the IDE now.
Okay, so
the integrated development environment.
All right, cool. I'm gonna create this real quick, and I'm gonna drop random out real quick. Nope. I'm gonna bring random back, and I'm gonna drop command prompt. All right, just so chat can see everything that I'm seeing right now. All right, cool. All right, can you see the chat? I mean the stream.
Yeah, that's a good config right there.
Okay, cool. All right, so I'm back in it. I'm going to line 2, I'm assuming.
Actually, let's just go ahead and overwrite and start fresh from line 1.
Okay, so line 1's gone.
Yep. So, what we're going to do is we're just going to type the variable name. And you can make this anything you want, but there are some requirements with variable names. First of all, you can't use spaces.
You can't use underscore first, something like that. That was part of the lesson.
You can use underscores first, and actually that is done in Python, and you can technically do it anytime you want, but generally the convention for underscores leading a variable name is that they're for private variables. And so those are things that shouldn't be accessed outside of like a class, for example. But
okay.
Yeah, we don't need to get into anything like object oriented right now. We can just keep it kind of simple. Right. But yeah, so you don't want to start with like a number. Generally, it's nice to keep just standard variables all lowercase, and then underscores are definitely the way to go.
Okay.
So yeah, I would call this like user underscore input or anything else you want.
User underscore, let's just go user underscore input. Let's see, input. Fuck it. All right, cool. We got it.
Okay. And so you're just going to say user underscore input equals input.
Input. All right.
And then right after input, input is actually a function call. And so with a function call, there's no space. It's just, so like if you were going to call the blank function, which sometimes you do, if you're trying to like get a variable, sometimes you'll just call like get underscore variable.
Mm-hmm.
And when you call a function, it's just open close parentheses. And then if you're passing arguments to that function, then you would put things inside of those parentheses. So for right now, let's just do, user input equals input open close parentheses, because that's like
Okay.
the basic structure.
All right. Parentheses.
And if you, oh, perfect. All right. So you did get the pop-up. This is kind of what I was hoping for. So actually, I don't know if you can get that pop-up again on stream, but you could
For the
actually read it and
input.
it'll tell you. Yeah, it'll tell you like
Yeah,
what
I
the
was
input
wondering what that
function
was.
does.
Hold on, let me see, because I just started typing and it popped up. Let me see. Yeah, there it is. So I'm gonna leave this here till you catch up. And it also has user input down there.
Okay, I'm caught up now. Yeah, so this is trying to give you, so you just started typing in, and so it's going to try to give you some autocomplete options. This is, I don't know if this is probably a combination of VS Code plus the Python IntelliSense plugin that you installed.
Mm-hmm.
Um, in this case, the user underscore input does that. It's hard to see on stream, but the
Yeah,
icon for that probably just represents variable. Like you've set that as a variable in your code.
sure.
Um, yeah, and then there's some other things there, which index error, interrupted error. I think those are types of errors that you can raise in
And let me
Python.
see if
But
I can make this a tad bit easier for you guys to see, because I can manipulate my stream and just expand this so it's at least bigger. And then let's push this down. And like I said, next time I will definitely have all of this set up so that it's definitely easier on the eyes, because I know this stuff can be a drag. All right, cool. And
so,
put.
yep. So we're just gonna do input and then open the parentheses.
All right, so we got input. Whoops. Open the parentheses. There we go. So it says prompt object. Read a string from a standard input. The trailing new line is stripped. The prompt string is if given, is printed to standard output without a trailing new line before reading input, and then a bunch of gibberish. Got
So I
it.
can explain what some of these things mean. In a terminal, whenever you type something and press enter,
Mm-hmm.
you are sending that to the standard input. And whenever something is displayed, that's the standard output. And
Yeah.
those are referred to as std in and std out.
Okay.
And so when you printed hello world,
Yeah.
what Python did is it sent the string hello world to std out. And so that's why you saw it in your terminal. And so what this input function is going to do
Mm-hmm.
is it is going to accept an input from you, the user, to input anything you want, and then it's going to save it as user underscore input.
Okay. All right.
Yep. And so inside of the open and close parentheses there, you can do a double quote to start a string, and then you can enter anything you want and then close it with the double quotes again. And this thing that you're entering is basically the prompt. And so when you run this program, that prompt is going to show up and it's going to say something like, enter your name, enter your favorite comic book, anything you want.
Okay. So, and this is just me telling you what I heard and how I understand it. I'm gonna put a double parenthesis, double quotation in here, and anything I write in there, anytime I use the word user input or bring me whatever user input is going to bring this statement up or bring this up and present it.
Um, kind of, sort of. Why don't you just enter the double quotes now,
Okay.
and then just type any random thing you want, and then we're gonna run the program and see what it does.
You want you want to start a fight real quick?
Oh yeah, how are we gonna do that?
Let's get violent. All right, here we go. Let's start a fight. For the 9 people watching in chat, let's see where we lie.
Okay, that's definitely gonna start a flame war for sure.
Hey, I appreciate it, Admiral. Join us tomorrow. We'll be back on tomorrow. I'm probably gonna wrap it up here around 12 or as soon as we finish this one because I want to go offline and get some more information on how to make this run smoother. All right, so is this suitable? Is this a suitable statement?
It sure is. Now let's add one more thing. So if you go to the end of the line and then press enter and go down to a new line.
Sure.
And with Python, you don't everything doesn't have to be line and then the next line and then the next line. You can have breaks between lines. So if you want to go down a couple lines to leave a gap,
Sure.
sometimes that makes the code a little bit easier to read and understand, and that's totally fine too. So you can leave line 2 blank if you want.
All right.
And then for line 3, all I want you to do is write print and then open parentheses and enter user underscore input. So what you're doing is you're printing your variable that you've created.
Within the parentheses, you want me to put the user input.
Yes. Yeah,
Okay.
the variable name.
All right. Is it just me, or do I remember seeing like these arrows that kind of started in the beginning of each line? Those aren't here.
Sure what you mean by arrows. Where did you
Like,
see those?
normally I would see arrows, and this is just me writing this here, but there would be um like less than equal to signs just in front of each line. Or is that
Did
just
you see
not?
those in Atom?
Yeah, these. Yeah, I just made 2 of them. It would always be something like that at the very beginning of each line, like right where the numbers are. Instead of the numbers, it would be the arrows.
I'm not quite sure what those are there for.
Okay. All right.
In VS Code, if you have like a function or something or like a for loop,
Mm-hmm.
we can get to those later. You will get an option to click like off to the side, and you
Yeah.
can actually expand and hide like that
Admiral's
block of
saying in
code.
chat that Admiral says that's a Python prompt when running Python. Okay, so it's a Python specific
Oh.
thing.
Yeah, no, I see what you mean now. Yeah, Admiral's totally right. So when you were in the terminal
Mm-hmm.
and you typed Python, that gave you like an interactive Python window where you can basically write a program and then run it instantly,
Mm-hmm.
rather than right now, which is where you're writing the program and then you're going to run it separately through the terminal.
Okay.
But yes, when you type Python in the terminal, it's going to be a little bit different.
Okay. Cool. Thanks, Admiral. We'll see you tomorrow. I'm definitely gonna be on stream tomorrow with this. The weekend is really only my time to really study on and work on these things because I'm cutting people open by day on the weekdays. So appreciate you coming through. Get some rest. All right, so we got it. So I'm assuming I'm hitting enter here, right? It's gonna pull the information I've requested it to do, which should be Goku is better than Superman.
Um, so now, yeah, now you can run the program in the terminal. So as long as you've saved example1.py,
Uh-huh.
which I don't think you have in VS Code. If you have unsaved changes, I think you get a blue or you get a white circle, and then I think if you save them, that white circle goes away.
Yeah,
I
so I just
think.
hit Control S real quick, so we good.
Yeah, okay. All right. Yeah, that circle went away. You can see it in the tab. Maybe look for it next time. But
Yeah.
for right now, yeah, let's go back to the terminal and try running it.
All right, cool. So let's go here real quick, and we already have it already prompted up. So I'm gonna let me. I'm gonna just slide this right behind it, so I can just have easier access to it because we can still see it on top right there. All right, cool. So you can see the terminal. So I'm in that code already. So I'm just now typing what I want to happen, which would be ls.
First things first, I think you can clear the terminal. In Windows, I think it's CLC. Charlie Lima Charlie, I think will clear
CLC.
just all the CLC.
And it definitely CLC is not recognized. Wait, should I just hit like CLC and just hit enter?
Yeah, just like that. I think is how it works. Oh, maybe that's not it.
CLS.
Oh, CLS. Thank you, Southern.
Appreciate
like I said, it's been a while since I've used Windows.
You guys are amazing,
CLS.
though. The fact that y'all could just pull this shit out, that's like crazy. Because I definitely would have had to stop and, all right, stream, we're Googling this shit. So stand by. All right, CLS. So we got a clean terminal.
Beautiful. Yeah, let's Python example1.py.
Okay, so I am going with Python example1.py. Goku is better than Superman. Okay. That's okay. So now I'm getting it. Now, and maybe this will come down later because we've accomplished the goal of the task at hand, right? That's all we wanted to do for this.
Actually, we have not.
Oh,
so
okay.
What happened that the Goku is better than Superman is actually your prompt. And so now the program is waiting for you to enter something into standard input, which is the terminal. So you can type anything you want right now and then hit enter. And if you remember, the last thing in our program is that we took the variable user input and printed it. And so whatever you type, you should see printed back to you at the end.
So I'm okay, and I'm gonna be super literal. Like as I'm looking at my terminal, it's blinking at the end of Superman's name. So am I hitting enter and then typing what I want to type in, or do I just type in? Do I hit space? Like, how literal am I being right now?
Yeah, so I actually had you format it this way on purpose so you could see this because this is something you're going to run into a lot.
Oh,
but
shit.
Yes, right now it is looking for any input you put in right now.
Okay.
And so what we can do after this is we'll go back and we'll format your prompt to be a little bit more clean from a user input perspective.
Sure.
But right now, whatever you enter, like if you start with a space, then it's going to print out whatever you've typed starting with a space.
Okay.
Right?
Okay. All right. Don't panic. You got this, kid. Let's go. All right. Just make it make sense to you in your mind first. I feel like this is. All right, cool. All right, and that's what I want.
All right. So did you hit enter after you entered your input?
To now. Oh, okay, and now it shows up below.
Yep.
So it answers the question.
Yep. And notice how there's a space.
At the beginning of the... yeah, it's offset. Yeah. Okay.
So what you can do
to fix this, I could go back to Superman in the VS, add a space in addition to it, or even just hit
No, you're exactly right the first time. Yeah, just add a space.
Just add a space
at the end of it.
Okay. So then let's take it from the top then. So let's hit CLS to clear everything. We go Python example. This is
This is gonna be another fun lesson to learn.
Yeah, because now I'm learning like all of these things that I'm
because
doing.
you forgot to save the file.
Oh shit! Are you kidding me?
So it's not going to work.
It's not going to work.
You're going to run the old version.
Okay, let me see what happens when I actually do that. PY. and it's still the same. It's still the same space. Okay, that's interesting.
And
So
if you notice in the VS Code window, the tab next to example1.py, there's a circle there. That
yeah.
circle shows you have unsaved changes. Once you save, it should
Oh,
go away.
okay. So let's control S. So now that's gone. So then let's hit CLS. Let's get a clear screen. CLS, thank you. Python. Look at me being excited now. Example. Learning from my mistake. One. Was it PY? All right. And now I have a space. And then I can put anything. Um, boom. And that's the prompt for it. That's actually pretty cool. That's actually pretty awesome because it's now making sense. It's a complete circle for me in my head.
That's awesome. Yeah, you can do a bunch of cool things with that user input as well. Like, if you wanted to make it a true false question, then you can say, true or false, Goku is better than Superman. And what you can do is you can write some code where you basically check the user input to see if it is true or false. And if it's not, then you can say you've entered something invalid. If you ask the question and the user enters like 23 is is the response, then you're just going to be like, no, that makes no sense.
Sense,
But
yeah.
there's a lot of programs out there where they don't do that. They don't validate the user input incorrectly, or they don't validate the user input correctly, and that's where you get a lot of these big bugs that happen. Or I guess it's more of like a computing security concern where people can just like enter whatever they want into a text box and like
Is
execute malicious code. So
and this is this like the like yeah like okay so that's and like I feel like with this it makes a lot more sense because I remember when our hospital got hit with ransomware and it was literally because they managed to just bypass the most simple syntax they were talking about or something like it's like basically they didn't conclude if the answer if you put in the password right every time you would be able to get in but they never concluded what would happen if the password wasn't right after a certain amount of times.
oh my gosh,
So basically this
that's rough.
person the person just made a program that just kept asking it over and over again and when it got to 999.999 it just stalled out and then it let everyone in.
That's
So
that's called a brute force attack where you just brute force it because there's nothing to say, okay, you've tried too many times, you got it wrong too many times. Clearly you are not who you say you are, therefore I'm going to lock you out. That doesn't exist. And so they could just, all right, I've got all day, computers can run thousands and thousands of these
damn.
checks a second, so, we can do millions of them a day. Like I could go get lunch while it's brute forcing your password,
Yo, this is totally dangerous. Like this level of knowledge, I get why people thoroughly enjoy using this because, like, well, and for all legal intents and purposes, the Strangers Comic Books does not, or Project ETO does not endorse you to be out here hacking people, but exposing folks who make billions of dollars a year off of the poor and the sick, for them to have Windows 95, you better go get their ass. You better go get their ass. That's crazy. So this is actually low key fun. So like, and I can rewrite this as many times as I want. I can change any aspect of this as long as I hit Control S because it's not the words as much as it is the file. Example1.py is the file. It will run whatever is in there as long as it makes sense. So if I decided to change user input, as long as I input is one of the constant words. I'm assuming input is a word that Python understands readily.
Input is a built-in function that Python has.
Okay.
There are a lot of built-in functions, and then there
Sort
are a
of
lot
like
of
print. Is that why they're
yeah.
the
There's a
same
lot
color?
of additional functions that you can use by importing a library, and so Python is so widely used, it's crazy. There are libraries for everything, from like machine learning to opening and parsing Excel
This
document files.
this reminds me a little bit of like when I'm in Adobe Suite and all these things. Like when I'm editing a video and stuff like that. Like when I need a certain brush to draw and I can't find a brush, I just import one that I saw. Oh, cool, this is a good brush. And now that all of a sudden my drawing pad understands the color in
That
the
is
paint.
that is exactly it. Yeah, same deal.
Oh, silky, silky. Yo, we in the magic right here. Hey, I'm not
It,
even gonna hold y'all though. I'm gonna go off. Dan, you got time, or do you want to link up tomorrow and do this, or like I don't, cause like for me now I'm invested, so I'm up. But I know you said you wanted to help get some stuff set up for me, and I want to actually end the stream with the most people I ever had on stream, so that can boost my algorithm.
all
But
right.
it's totally your call if you got time. If not, I'm gonna do a quick sign off. If you got a minute or two.
Let's there's a couple more things I want to show you at this base level.
Okay,
And
cool.
then
No,
and then
let's
we
get
can
into it.
call it. Okay, so back in example 1.py, I want you to delete the close parentheses on the input function call. Save it and then try running it and see what happens.
All right. So we're back in. What you want the? Do you also want the quotation marks on?
Uh, Either or. Let's just start with deleting just the close
All
parentheses.
right. Hit save. Now try and
Save
run
it.
it.
Save it.
It's already turning red. I don't like that.
Yeah, it knows. It knows. Save it anyways and try to run it anyways.
Okay, so let's
You
go.
can leave the first one.
Leave the first one.
Or neither. Yeah, it doesn't matter.
All right, let's check it out. All right, so we're going Python.
Oh,
Example.
here's another terminal tip. If you press up, the up arrow key, it should go to your most recent command. And if you continue to press up, you can cycle through your most recent commands, so you don't have to
Oh,
like keep retyping the whole thing.
yo, that's a lifesaver because it's right here. It's literally right here.
Yeah.
Okay.
You can also press tab to autocomplete something. So if you're calling example1.py and you type ex and you press tab, it should autocomplete to example1.py.
Okay. Okay. Oh wait. Okay. So
So
I've already done it. File line one user input. Goku is better than Superman. Invalid syntax.
yeah, right there. So there's that word we talked about earlier, syntax, and
Yeah.
that's basically just the rules of the language. And in this case, the rules of Python are being broken because you're calling a function, but you're not opening and closing the parentheses
Okay.
around
Okay.
that function call.
So if I
And so
see syntax error, that's not telling me necessarily something's wrong with what I wrote. It's telling me something I'm not following the rules of Python.
exactly, it's not what you wrote, it's how you wrote it
How I
that's
wrote it.
wrong.
Okay.
Right. Yeah,
Okay.
there's another kind of error that's called a logic error. And that's like, you're trying to do a thing. Say you're trying to multiply two numbers together,
Mm-hmm.
but you're accidentally using the wrong variable and you're multiplying, a number times a string or something. Actually, you would get a syntax error for that, but that's the result of a logical error. Well, maybe that's not the best example. Say you're not properly accounting for the number of iterations that a for loop. So a for loop is a loop that does a thing, any number of things you could do inside of a for loop a certain number of times, and you're like, oh, it's gonna loop through 7 times. So if I add up this number 7 times, then there's my output. But it actually does it 8 times. Like that would be a logical error because, um, yeah. So those are the two kinds of main errors in when you're writing code. Syntax errors are pretty easy to find as long as you have like a good interpreter, which
Yeah.
can tell you like, hey, your problem is on this line and this is what your problem is. And a lot of times you'll see people on the web being like, what's wrong with my code? And the top answer is like, bro, did you even read
Did
the
you
error
even read?
message? It's like, it's
Hey,
right there.
I'm not gonna lie to you. When I first started, like, because obviously I didn't just wake up one day, scratch my butt, and say I'm gonna be a programmer. Obviously I went onto forums. I started reading. I started like seeing it, and the most like the easiest way to piss off a chat room is to ask somebody what's wrong with your code without reading what the machine told you at first. And I learned that very quickly because I was gonna say, hey, how do you know that it's wrong? And literally, I said, "You didn't see the red scribbly line underneath it?" I was like, "Oh my god, these people are animals. These people are animals."
It it's definitely overwhelming when you first start. You're like, I have no idea what any of this means. But even if you only understand 10% of it, and that 10% of it allows you to find where the problem is,
Mm-hmm.
that's successful, right?
Yeah, no, absolutely, absolutely. And even within my first time, this is the first time I've written code that actually like on Python. So this is my first day ever on Python and actually going full circle with it. So in my mind, it just clicks now. It's like, oh, okay, now this all of a sudden makes sense. I think there's going to be a little bit more of a gradual change because I'm comfortable here. So what happens when I see something new? Obviously, it's going to be like, okay, work around that. But like you build yourself up to the point where you can then comfortably step out of your comfort zone, like where you're not going in. So let me hit Control S here because I see that white circle again. All right, cool, cool, cool. All right, so logic errors and syntax errors are the most common ones I need to look out for, and now I can identify them. And I've also learned what happens when I don't save and I move between terminal and VS. So that means I can get
That's
rid
right.
of Atom. I can uninstall this because you were right from the beginning. This was actually useless to me.
Yeah, I was honestly hoping that the terminal would just kind of work right out of the gate, and it does for Windows and Mac. For Windows, I think there's probably another step or two we need to take, and we can do that offline. But once we
Sure.
get the terminal fixed in VS Code, then VS Code is going to be like a one-stop shop for your programming needs.
All right, then let's go ahead and jump into that if you got time for that.
That one is gonna probably take a little bit of my Googling to figure out what's going on there. But there's one more thing that I think I'd like to show you in Terminal,
Sure.
um, here, which is that you don't necessarily have to be in the same directory to run the program. You could be in another directory and still run the program that's in this directory. And so
Hey,
if you go,
hey, thanks, Aaron. I appreciate it. Hey, welcome to the stream. We're all trying to learn here. Whatever insight you have, we're definitely going to be back on this. This is my first day coding, so I'm super jazzed. I was supposed to be on stream for 1 hour. I'm pushing 4. And I'm not even tired yet. I think I'm gonna go do some push-ups after this. But sorry to interrupt. Go ahead.
so in the terminal, what you can do is you can do CD for change directory and
All
then do
right.
space dot dot.
Space
And that
dot
should,
dot.
yep, like period, period. And then if
All
you
right.
enter, it should move you up one directory.
Oh, yeah, yeah, yeah. It took away the Python code. So then, what would make me go backwards? Would I have to
So
just
now,
rewrite it?
yeah, so now you could CD into Python code again. You can change directory and go
Okay.
back into the directory you were just in. Or what I'd like you to try to do is try to run the program from your desktop, even though it's in the Python code directory. You should still be able to run it, and you can do that by calling Python like you did before.
Okay. So
Um,
CD Python.
you don't need CD Python, just Python is good.
Okay,
And
Python.
then instead of doing Python space example1.py, what you're going to do is you're going to do Python space, and
Uh-huh.
then you're going to type Python code, which is the name of the directory you want to go into. And you can remember you can tab autocomplete.
Oh
So if
yeah.
you do
Shit.
capital PY, you should be able to tab autocomplete it.
Okay. There it is.
And then I'm waiting for it to catch up.
Because once I hit tab, it became capital.
Python. Oh, did it? Oh, nice. Okay, so that's something that the I don't think Linux or Mac will do for you if you miss the capital. It just it's like I have no idea what you're what you're saying. So
That's
that's
fucking
actually
cold.
kind
Hey yo,
that's actually
that's
kind of
cold
nice.
blooded. That's
Yeah.
so cold. You missed
Um,
one capital letter, and now you out here scrambling. You
yeah.
scrambling. Damn, that's cold blooded.
Yeah. Computers are actually kind of dumb when you get like down into the nitty-gritty. If you
Damn,
think about it, we're just tricking rocks to think. That's all this is.
man. Yo, can we clap it up real quick, chat? Let's just sit. Let's just marinate on that real quick. Hold on. We just teach it. Say that one more time.
We're just teaching rocks to think.
teaching a bunch of rocks and minerals to think. Oh man, that's great. That's great. All right. Where we at? We got Python code.
Python code. So so now we're gonna try to run example1.py, which is inside of Python code. And so to do that, we need to use, I don't know what the technical term is for this, but it's kind of like a directory break. And in Windows, it's a backslash. In Linux and Mac, it's a forward slash. So you should be able to do a backslash after Python code without a space or anything, because you're specifying a path. You're specifying the path to the file. So it looks like you did a forward slash, which might work. I'm not sure. I think Windows will need the backslash.
And maybe, hold on, and maybe this is a great thing because I don't know the difference between the two of them. So you just told me this is a forward slash. So forward slash goes from right to left, and backslash goes left to right. All right, so backslash is left to right. Got it. I never knew that. So I didn't know that there was a difference, and now I know what the difference is for.
Yep. Yeah, so yeah, backslash, perfect. And then if you press tab, and you might have to press tab a couple times. We'll see if this works without entering anything. I know in other terminals it will show you.
I only have two options, and it's going to be first py or example, the example one.
Oh, perfect. Okay, it worked then. Yeah, so that's exactly what you want then. You want Python code backslash example1.py. And if you hit enter there, it should run the program for you.
It does. But wait a minute. What would have happened if I didn't put the first Python in front? Between desktop and Python code.
Okay, that first Python is actually you calling the program Python. You're saying, I'm going to run a Python script. You can, I don't know about Windows, but I know that in Linux and Mac, you can use something called a shebang, which is like a special code at the top of your file where you can basically say, hey, this is a Python file. And then you can just run that file and whatever like terminal that you're using will have to interpret that and say, oh, okay, this is Python, or this is Bash, or this is whatever else.
Okay.
Yeah.
And if
but for right now,
and you're probably seeing me just mess around on the stream right now, but I get that, like, so Python is basically the indication I use to tell it what I want it to do. Then when I hit space, and then it'll let me shift through all the terminals, then I can go straight to, I saw it just a second ago, Python code right here. Hit enter, and it'll open it up to that directory, but it can't find it. Maybe I was having too much fun. Maybe I was having too much fun. Hold on.
Oh, I see. Okay, so yeah, what we just tried to do there is you tried to run. So you're saying I'm going to run the program Python, like that's what you installed earlier, and I'm going to pass it Python code, the directory, to run. Except Python code is just a directory; it's a folder, and so Python is like, hey, this is not a program. I can't do anything with this. I don't know what you want me to do with this.
And that's where the backslash comes in, because now I'm in that folder, then I hit tab again, and then I have the example one, and then it'll run the program. Okay.
Right.
So you have to be stupid literal with this thing.
Always. Yeah, with computers, always stupid literal. Every single thing has to be very, very literal.
It's almost, oh man, you have to have the patience of a saint. It's like talking to a child.
It's worse than a child. A child can learn. This doesn't learn. It's just, but wow. Here's the cool thing is when you tell it to do something, it does exactly what you tell it to do. And sometimes, well, it turns out you didn't tell it to do the right thing based on your true intentions. But that's like the beautiful thing with it is it's such a rigid structure that it's very consistent in that rigidity.
Oh man, I'm about to have a ball with this.
You are entering a whole new world, and oh man, the possibilities are endless.
because just with if you can talk to a computer, you can really if you can talk to a computer creatively, you can really do some damage.
Yeah, or just make your life way easier. I have a friend who wrote a little Python script that he's been maintaining over the years, and he uses it to scrape through YouTube looking for new music. He's got a very like niche taste in music. And
Mm-hmm.
so he like scrapes through YouTube looking for this niche music that's just been released, got like less than 100 views, and he will find it and download it. And then later on, he'll go through it and pick out the stuff he wants to keep or throw out. But this script will just like run in the background, look for new videos that he thinks that he programmed it to look for things that he would look for, and it will just download them for him. And
Yo, okay, that's
yeah,
amazing because that has so many layers to it. So he's basically out here saying there's X amount of music in this world, and I don't have X amount of time to look for X amount of music. But I can literally create a shadow clone of myself to do that.
absolutely. Yeah.
Oh man, this is about to get it.
We live in a day and age that's just so incredibly exciting because technology is so accessible and developed
I don't know if you
that
heard my rant when I first started. Did you hear that rant?
no, let's hear it.
I have consistently I've been working in I work as a thoracic transplant specialist. So I basically take people's lungs out, fix them and put them back in. And during the COVID pandemic, obviously my job became so much more important. And it's literally been killing me. But the thing that always bothered me is why do we trust a doctor that wakes up at 3 o'clock in the morning to look at a file to better assess a patient than data points in a computer? If you like, we all know if a patient's blood pressure gets too low, give them this, and if it gets too high, give them this. Like, so these are all data points. And if you could teach an algorithm how to take care of how to take care of a patient, and just let the doctor manage that algorithm, you'd be better off, and you would be able to save money. So basically, the Cowboy Stadium hosts 220,000 people every year. That many people die waiting on a transplant. But logistically speaking, there's more than enough organs to go around. But because there's no communication or no way of pinpointing whose organs would fit which situation best, because by the time you pick up the phone, call to someone, compare the labs, it takes forever. But if you're telling me a computer could do this within a fraction of a second, why are we wasting our time?
Yeah, no, you're absolutely right. All of these things that you're mentioning could be definitely accelerated by technology. And I like that, you're not just saying, "Oh, we should have these machines and programs like be doctors now." You're saying, "Why don't we just empower the doctors who are sleep deprived, on the correct thing that should be done based on the data, so they don't have to sit there and read through the charts and the history. They could just look at the program which says, hey, I've got a 98% certainty that, this patient is going to go into cardiac arrest and code within the next like hour if you don't take these steps, right? Like that is a very useful tool. And the doctor can just like briefly review and say, oh, yeah, no, that's it. You nailed it. Let's do that.
Uh, the implementation also stands to reason like you could then resin out people. So there's you have to worry about blood matching and things like that, but you have to send that blood out to do a test, right? You have to do a cross match. That takes about 4 to 3 hours. But if you know that there's only a limited amount of blood, like pinpoint, you could have the test. You could have an algorithm that just runs every possibility, and then you just find the one that matches it because you basically are working with a person who you know the blood type for already and you know their RH factor. So you
Mm,
can just run a test to better tell you which organs will be rejected and which ones won't versus you sending the blood to try and figure that out. There's
okay.
so many ways of like implementing better techniques.
Yeah, no doubt. I think the medical field as a whole definitely could use a lot of this type of technology, like machine learning and that sort of stuff to really accelerate. and empower. I know that there are some like supercomputers right now doing cancer research,
Oh
and
no, absolutely. The
that's incredible.
oncology station at there's one at Walter Reed. One of the supercomputers are at Walter Reed. The other one's at John Hopkins, and there's another one at hey Southerner. Thank you for all your help, man. Hopefully I get to see you tomorrow. We'll be back on at some point. Definitely appreciate you coming through, Southerner. You have major help. But like, yeah, it's definitely all of these things in combination. But no, for sure, like, oh man, Danny, it's been a pleasure, man. I really do appreciate you even spending this much time with me, man. Just helping me out with this, helping me go through this. It definitely appreciate it.
Not a problem at all. This is this is really exciting. I'm excited for you, and I like working on side projects a little bit here and there when I finally get a spare minute from work or being with the family. But Python is something that I started talking about a Raspberry Pi earlier, and I gave a couple examples, but you can use it to program a Raspberry Pi and run hardware and automate things. You can use it to write scripts, which, can parse files and, like do spreadsheets for you if you want to do that. You can use it to scrape through the web or send emails or text messages or like basically anything that you can possibly think of that's within the realm of physical possibilities, you can likely automate it or write a script to help automate it. And like that is such an exciting possibility. So I'm really excited to help you like develop that. And um, I'll give you one example. For Christmas a couple years ago, I bought my brother a um I forget what it's called. It's a little soldering kit. So it's like some circuit boards and you solder it together.
Mm-hmm.
And what it does is you turn it on and it spins and it's got LEDs. And when it's spinning, it flashes those LEDs such that it kind of looks like a globe.
Yeah.
And I was like, I bought it for him so he could learn how to write, or so he could learn how to solder. And then I said, okay, that's step one, like learn how to solder. Step two, I want you to think of anything you can possibly think of that you think would be cool to do with this. Don't even worry about like, is it possible? How would we do that? We can figure that stuff out later. Right now, I want you to just think about like, what cool stuff could you do with this little piece of technology?
Mm-hmm.
And after a while, he got back to me and he said, I think it'd be really cool if when I got a phone call, this thing would automatically turn on and it would tell me the name of the person who's calling me. And I said, great, that's awesome. And we did it. It took us a few weeks, but we ended up using a Raspberry Pi and we wrote a Python program and we could control, we hacked this little circuit thing apart. And, it might sound like it was kind of crazy, but it was actually like a simple little process. And now when he gets a phone call, this little thing lights up and displays the name of the person who's calling. And like, I just love that approach where you think of something and then you don't even worry about if it's possible or how you do it. And then once you have that idea, you just go full force. And like there are enough tools in the world these days, like with programming languages and 3D printers and electronics, like you can make it happen. That is such a cool thing.
Oh yeah, I'm definitely gonna have to deep dive on this. Like I might have to take a course reverse here. Like my hubris was definitely too high. Like I need to go pay homage to how people thought of this process. I want to hear more about the history of this growth in this knowledge. So I'm definitely I got some podcasts lined up and some professors that speak in depth about it. But most definitely, hey, like I said, I appreciate you coming through, joining on the stream, jumping on the street, relentless in approach. Clap it up, you guys. That's a bomb-worthy approach, man. Just to jump on the stream, no prep time. I ain't never had a conversation with this man. He out here helping me. Like that's love right there. So I appreciate you, man. I appreciate y'all. Tomorrow we're drawing at 10 a.m. That's the goal. We got 1 hour drawing tomorrow. The boys are back in town, so we'll probably be on Call of Duty, and they're gonna carry me to my second victory on that weak ass map that I hate. And sometime between the nighttime and the drawing, we're gonna be back here coding. We might even pull another all nighter like we did tonight because it's just a lot going on. I'm gonna go help shovel some old people out because they snowed in, so that's gonna be the first thing I do in the morning. So that's why we're pushing the drawing to 10 a.m. But I'll catch everybody else on the flip side, this is the most people I've ever had on the stream, so I appreciate you guys all being here. My contact information is in the link tree, which is also in the description below, which is also in the comment section below, and it's also going to be if you're on Twitch. That's where we like to be, and I appreciate everybody coming through. You guys take care of yourselves. I'm gonna sign off with Danny here in a little bit, but you guys have been a pleasure. You guys take care of yourselves. And be good to each other while you're out here. It's cold outside. Don't be out here being bitter, all right? Y'all take care. I have credits to run, but I don't even think I've set them up. This is a disgraceful thing. I haven't set up my credits, and they're not.